Good afternoon. Welcome to the Midas Media Network's coverage of the January 6th select hearing, day number 5. We've got a great hearing for you today. We have some commentary the hour before. I am your host, Tony Michaels from the Tony Michaels Podcast. Welcome, everyone who is joining us. We have a lot of breaking news just with all over the country today, but in particular with this hearing, we have a panel of witnesses that we're going to hear from today. This is the hearing that was postponed from last week. The witnesses are going to be the former acting Attorney General Jeff Rosen, Richard Donahue, the former acting Deputy Attorney General, and Stephen Engel, the former Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel. So we're going to see a lot of groundbreaking news probably being made out of this hearing today. We're going to find out some new evidence of how Donald Trump and his allies were not just pressuring state officials for the state electors, they were also pressuring the Department of Justice before Bill Barr left and after Bill Barr left. I actually want to bring in the co-host of Legal AF and also co-founder of Midas Touch, Ben Meiselas. Ben, how are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me, Tony, and hello to all the Midas Mighty. We definitely have an impactful pre-hearing plan for you, and I expect another bombshell blockbuster hearing with these DOJ witnesses, Tony, who you just referenced.
So tell me about these witnesses, because I really wanted someone to break down why it's important, because in December 2020, we watched Bill Barr was going to take a vacation kind of thing, right? And then all of a sudden, it was a resignation. And Jeff Rosen steps in. This name, Richard Donahue, comes up, and then Jeffrey Clark kind of comes around from out of nowhere. And that's part of the breaking news that we see today is apparently yesterday morning, Jeffrey Clark's home was visited by federal agents. And maybe you can give us more insight into that story if you have it. I haven't read the full briefing or story on that yet. So give us your opinion on these witnesses, but why it's so important that we're hearing from these witnesses and the pressure that was put on them, but why Jeffrey Clark, who is not appearing today, why his name is probably going to be very important in this hearing.
Well, Jeffrey Clark is not appearing today because he pled the Fifth Amendment and refused to testify. That's kind of the common theme of those who are involved in Trump's inner circle in the criminality, have either taken the Fifth or refused to testify and are being prosecuted for contempt of Congress. But let's go back to the beginning here and let's talk about the witnesses for today. You mentioned these are all top-level DOJ officials. And again, the common theme we've seen throughout these panel hearings are these are all Republicans, and these are all individuals appointed to these top DOJ, Department of Justice positions by Donald Trump and the Trump administration. So for anyone saying this is a partisan thing, if anything, it is a partisan thing for Republicans because it's all Republicans testifying. So let's go through who is testifying, and you mentioned them, but I'll mention them again. We have Jeffrey Rosen, former acting Attorney General in the DOJ. And recall, Jeffrey Rosen took over after Bill Barr resigned. And what was Trump trying to have Jeffrey Rosen do? He wanted Jeffrey Rosen to send a letter to all of the states, basically declaring that the 2020 election was riddled with fraud, that it was corrupt, and that the election results were not valid. So Trump pressuring the DOJ to invalidate the elections and to tell the states the elections were not valid, the elections are corrupt, and demanding, this is asking the DOJ and Jeffrey Rosen to do this, to demand that the states put forward the fake electors as the real electors. And Jeffrey Rosen and Richard Donahue and Stephen Engel, they did not go along with this. And really nobody at the Department of Justice was going along with this. So what happened here? Congressman, a Republican, Scott Perry, remember we heard Scott Perry's name in the earlier hearings because Scott Perry was someone who was asking for a pardon for Donald Trump. Now, why was Scott Perry asking Donald Trump for a pardon? Because Scott Perry was the one who introduced this little known DOJ official. This wasn't a high ranking person, a low level person in like a civil division in the DOJ named Jeffrey Clark. And Jeffrey Clark was really the only one in the DOJ who was willing to write this memo on behalf of Trump to the states declaring the 2020 elections corrupt, unlawful, and that the alternative electors, these fake electors, these fraudulent and phony electors, should be in place. And so Trump tried to appoint Jeffrey Clark, this low-level person, to become the attorney general and to replace Jeffrey Rosen, which is unprecedented, unheard of. And here's what happened. Finally, although the DOJ was used as this corrupt arm as Trump throughout the 4 years, they said, no way in hell are we allowing Jeffrey Clark. And everybody at the DOJ is going to resign if you appoint Jeffrey Clark. So appoint Clark at your own peril. We will all resign. And guess what Trump did? He backed down. Trump backed down when he's confronted, when all of his blabbering and his pettiness and the stupidity is confronted by people who say, shut the F up. Donald Trump will back down, and he continues to back down. And that's why I watch these hearings. I listen to the phone calls. We posted the full hour phone call of Donald Trump with Brad Raffensperger on the Midas Touch YouTube. Everyone should check that out at some point, because you really hear for a full hour the insanity of this man, Donald Trump, and how relentless he is, how insane he sounds, and at the same time, how the GOP has bent a knee, has kissed his ring. When you hear it and you go, what the hell are you doing? So just to recap, Jeffrey Rosen, acting attorney general, Republican, Trump appointee. He will testify that Trump had this plan to use the DOJ unlawfully to declare the 2020 election unlawful. Richard Donahue, former acting deputy attorney general of the DOJ, another Trump appointee, Republican, will say the same thing. Now, Steve Engel, former assistant attorney general for the Office of Legal Counsel. Remember, we hear about those legal opinions that are offered by the DOJ about what is lawful and unlawful. Well, it's that office, the Office of Legal Counsel, which does those legal opinions. So I anticipate Stephen Engel will say all of the legal opinions that we were asked to render showed what Trump was doing was unlawful. And in terms of what he was doing, all of those things we've seen for the first 4 days of the Jan 6th hearing. So get ready to hear Republicans, Trump Republicans, saying that Trump wanted to use the DOJ unlawfully. And that's how this links to Jeffrey Clark, because Jeffrey Clark, who now invoked the fifth, he engaged in this plan to force states to adopt the unlawful elector slates. And his house was just searched by the feds yesterday, which is breaking news. Hope that was a good breakdown.
Yeah. So let me ask you a few questions, because I have many of them, but one of the first ones is you mentioned the Stephen Engel. He seems to be, if we watch the hearing from before where Greg Jacobs was the general counsel for Mike Pence, is this kind of the same sort of thing in kind of in a nutshell, where he'll be giving testimony like Jacobs was for what was happening for the pressure on Pence, but this is the pressure on the DOJ. Is that sort of the same thing that's going to be happening?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a nuanced position, because the DOJ is supposed to still be separate from the president and independent from the president. It's not supposed to be the president's law firm, although we know Trump used it as such. But because it is an executive branch, when the president has questions on law, or there are issues about what it is an executive, what steps executive can take as the chief executive, the president will ask for legal opinions. And we often hear, well, there's a DOJ legal memo that says this is a norm, or there's a DOJ legal memo that says you can do this. So it's that office, the Office of Legal Counsel within the DOJ, that's responsible for giving these legal memos and opinions about presidential power, what you can do and what you can't do. So this is going to be a chief lawyer for the DOJ telling that I directed the president that these steps were unlawful.
Gotcha. Well, let's bring in another Midas Touch bro here. And I want to bring in Brett Meiselas because maybe he has more on this breaking news about Jeffrey Clark. Have you been able to track down exactly what they're saying about Jeffrey Clark and some of this breaking news of the federal agents actually going to his home? I think in Virginia is where it was. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I don't have any really further news other than what's out there right now. They're not sure exactly what happened during that raid of Clark's home, but we do know that this is a big effing deal. I mean, Jeffrey Clark, this was the guy who Trump was trying to install as Attorney General at the time because he was so frustrated by his Justice Department. As Ben was saying, which is supposed to be separated from the presidency, Donald Trump wanted to weaponize the Justice Department to his own ends to overturn the results of the election. So he got this lawyer who at the time, before Trump elevated him, he was just an environmental lawyer. And remember, in Republican terms, it's always the opposite. So if you're an environmental lawyer for the Trump administration, that means he was working to try to destroy the environment. He was not protecting the environment. He was doing the exact opposite. And so Trump plucks this guy because he's the one guy at DOJ willing to go along with his plan. And not only did they kind of theorize how they could do it, they put it into action. And I encourage everybody, if you have a chance, go back to the video we made a couple months ago, because all the pieces we laid out in a video that we created called A Coup in Plain Sight. And if you search on YouTube for A Coup in Plain Sight, you will see that we put all these elements together, all these aspects of the coup that happened that we knew about back then. So now we are finally seeing the repercussions of all that. And with Jeffrey Clark actually created a document, a fake document on Department of Justice letterhead that he was planning to send to Georgia that falsely claimed that there was election fraud in the state of Georgia, and said that the Justice Department was going to recommend that the state of Georgia invalidate Biden's win. So this is how far that they went at that point. And that was Clark's role. And it was all being dictated by who else? Donald Trump. Donald Trump comes back into play in all of this. So the fact that they are banging down Jeffrey Clark's door, it goes to show you Jeffrey Clark is directly connected to the coup plot and is directly connected to Donald Trump's efforts to overturn their election results, if you want to see where they're heading here.
I want to bring in. We see we're missing a face here, and I wonder if he's got his pop. He does have his popcorn ready there. Jordy's got his popcorn ready. I don't know, Jordy, you got your mic going. You got your popcorn going.
Test 1 2. Test
Boom.
1 2. How are we all doing today?
He's got.
So you guys know I'm one for dramatic flair, some good entry. I'm pumped for today, brothers. I'm pumped.
Some of us take this seriously, but
yeah, I can't take it seriously and also enjoy it.
He always with the popcorn, and we're gonna have Texas Paul. I don't know if Texas Paul still got Jordy's cookies or not, but we'll find out.
I just want to say both brothers wearing the Blazers. I mean, looking sharp, guys. Looking sharp.
Wish I could say this. Wish I could say the same, Beanie Boy.
Well, hey, t-shirts. There's nothing wrong with t-shirts. Jordy, you have an announcement you want to make. You had me make a graphic here, so I'll put it up. Go ahead and tell us about the special offer you get.
This is super exciting. So we have very limited inventory of these convict or convict 45 enamel pins. Tony, if we could get those back up there real quick. Limited inventory. If you go to store.midastouch.com right now and use that promo code JUSTICE, you'll get 10% off. Again, once these things are sold, they're sold. So we actually don't have any left. That's kind of my fault as being the one who's in charge of merch. I should have ordered more, but think of it like a collector's item.
I'll say this, Jordy, though. Here's how you made it that it would last beyond even the current time. It's what you said. Right now, it's convict 45, but when he is indicted, then it's convict 45 after the fact.
However you want to play it.
So everyone go to store.midastouch.com and use the promo code JUSTICE for 10% off your enamel pin, union made in the USA.
Absolutely.
Meiselas brothers from the Midas Touch podcast and Ben Meiselas from Legal AF, the co-host on Saturday. Fellas, thanks for joining me. I really do appreciate what you guys help us out with here. I want to go to some more guests. Oh, Michael Cohen is saying he wants to join in with the bros. So let's give Michael a little bit of time.
I know. I'm a little nervous now.
I've been avoiding Michael's calls, so this is
This might be awkward. This might be awkward. Michael, how are you?
Tony, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Is there something that you want to pick a bone with the brothers here?
Love the fact that Jordy's got the popcorn going. You know, you asked a great question, which is what's going on in regard to Jeffrey Clark.
Yeah.
And, you know, CNN just recently reported, I'm talking about like moments ago, that they put out a statement, and I'm talking about now what's it called? The Center for Renewing America. And that's where Jeffrey Clark is working. And the reason why I want to be brought in, because I want to share in that popcorn with Jordy, where they turn around and they're talking about, I mean, this is really great. That here's a quote from them: "The new era of criminalizing politics is worsening in the United States." And they put out yesterday, more than a dozen DOJ law enforcement officials searched Jeffrey Clark's house in a pre-dawn raid, put him in the street in his pajamas. That must have been a fucking sight and a half, huh? And took his electronic devices, all because Jeff saw fit to investigate voter fraud. This is not America, folks. The group's president, Russ Vought, the former Office of Management and Budget Director under Trump, then said in a statement, "The weaponization of government must end. Let me be very clear. We stand by Jeff, and so must all patriots in this country." Now, this is very dangerous, to be very honest with you. This is a very dangerous statement that they put out, because it follows exactly in the direction of what Trump does, which is he's deflecting off of what's really going on here. Now, first of all, the fact that it was a dozen, when they raided my home, and I don't understand what was the need, considering all they got was the $130,000, check that they already had, that I had paid on behalf of Trump getting his pecker pulled by a porn star. All that happened was, I had 48 or 50 federal agents between my law office, my home, my hotel. Thank God they didn't have me in my pajamas, because, in fact, guys, I don't wear pajamas, right? But this must have been one hell of a look for Jeffrey Clark, standing there in his pajamas when they're taking his electronics. What I would like to see, though, is I'd like to see Bill Barr's phones all confiscated. I'd like to see Kushner's phones and Ivanka's phones all confiscated. And the reason that I say that is, didn't Jared Kushner not long ago come out and state he wasn't involved in dealing with the January 6th rally? Instead, he was busy doing pardons. Because now what we hear is that a couple of dozen Republicans were all seeking pardons, pocket pardons from Trump, in regard to the January 6th committee hearings and the insurrection. So this is really very interesting stuff that's going on right now.
God forbid, Michael, that a wealthy white man has to be put through America's criminal justice system and face the bare minimum of accountability. The reactions that they have, it reminds me of the Navarro reaction, oh, woe is me. I am the victim here. No,
they took me off of an airplane, right? I mean, I was flying first class to Tennessee. How dare they? And then they put me in a squad car, not in at least an Escalade. I was looking more for a Rolls-Royce limo. I mean, these folks are so screwed up. And that's what happens when you have 4 years of stupidity under Trump. People get stupid around him.
Nah, he is so
and I know better than most.
He is
Cohen,
so
I want to talk about that. You do know better than most. The DOJ targeted you specifically. Today's hearings that features the DOJ must be bittersweet. On the one hand, they stood up and they're standing up to Trump on this one issue of, hey, we're not going to go and sign this letter telling the states, to adopt the fake electors. On the other hand, they, threw you in solitary for writing a book. These are not good people. So how do you balance that in your mind as you watch this today?
Well, Ben, since this is your show, not Tony's, allow me to answer the question for you. First of all,
who is hosting this show? Who is hosting?
I have absolutely no regard for any of them that are up there. And my belief is that the only reason they're speaking now is because Trump had lost the election. They knew, obviously, he lost the election, and they were trying to preserve whatever shred of dignity that they have so that they would be able to re-enter into polite society. At the end of the day, not one of them are decent. They should have come forward many, many months before the election. The only reason that they're doing it, and I put out a tweet to this effect this morning, the only reason they did it is because they knew Trump had lost, and that this harebrained scheme of Eastman, and I guarantee you Kushner was involved in it also, this harebrained scheme in order to retain control over the government, they knew it wasn't going to work. And so that's why all of a sudden they started to get cojones come out and say the things about Trump that we all knew long before the loss.
Thanks, Michael, for answering my question. I appreciate it.
Well,
You,
if I can go
anything,
back
Ben.
to being the host for a second, Michael, I
Allow
think that you make a lot of valid points there, and really
Well,
this
thank you, Tony. I
this I-
appreciate that.
this
I
idea-
had a lot of time to think in solitary.
Well, this idea back to the Peter Navarro thing, where he comes out and he's so pissed off that he lies. Number one, that he was in leg shackles. They didn't put him in leg shackles. Come on, that's not. They did not put him in leg shackles. I don't believe that for a minute. But he's so upset. He's more upset about them putting him in leg shackles and having this, he wasn't in an Escalade and that sort of thing, than he is about, I don't know, like a democracy toppling or something like that, like something major happening. But he's upset about the leg shackles. I think it speaks to that privilege that you guys were so eloquently speaking about.
Well, Tony, if I may, as I believe out of the group of us, right, the five, I think I'm the only one that's ever been in leg shackles. When they remanded me back to prison and they had me, go down to 500 Pearl Street for the sole purpose of remanding me back to prison. They did put me in both handcuffs and shackles, and I have to be honest, they're not comfortable. They're heavy, they hurt. So I could understand Pete and Navarro if they actually did it to him, because I know what it feels like, and it probably was unnecessary. I get it; they have their protocol, but you don't really need to put somebody like Pete and Navarro in shackles. If you want to handcuff him for security purpose, I get it. But where is the guy running? I mean, even without shackles, the guy doesn't look like he's much of a runner anyway, right?
I tend to agree with you there that I don't know that he would run very far. Michael, thank you for your insight into leg shackles. I will say I've never been in leg shackles, and I have never been in handcuffs by law enforcement. I'm going to make that perfectly clear.
You're going to say, right, law enforcement.
Right. Law enforcement has never put me
This
in
is a family-friendly show, Tony. A family.
Absolutely. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
I'm going straight to Michael's point here. Is I've never been in leg shackles, and law enforcement has never had me in handcuffs. I may have been in handcuffs other situations. Thank you, fellas. Thank you, Michael, for joining us. Thank you. Again, let's give one more shout out for Jordy here for the Convict 45 or Convict 45, either way you look at it. Enamel pen, Union made in the USA, 10% off at store.MidasTouch.com. Use the promo code Justice. Thank you very much, fellas, for joining us.
Tony, before you split,
go ahead.
On that, Texas Paul actually just shot me a private message here. Can I ask Cohen how pissed he is them whining about being investigated? And Texas Paul, let me say this: it does piss me off a lot when they were in power, doing it to other individuals like they did to me. And as you're going to see, I have a book that's going to be coming out very, very, very soon because I'm close to finished with it, called The Department of Injustice. It goes exactly to this point. They're all busy whining right now about being investigated. Really? I mean, what did you do, right? We'll talk Peter Navarro. What did you do, Jeffrey Clark, right, that you deserve to be investigated? How about trying to overthrow the government, right? A coup, a violation of the Constitution. Like I said before, I paid a porn star at Donald's request and for his benefit not to talk about their affair and talk about his, mushroom appendage. That's what I did wrong. And the rest of it, you'll see from the book, is a bunch of BS. It's just not true. But they needed to have something there where Trump could come out and say, oh, it had nothing to do with me. It had to do with his business. That's all a lie. And I lay it out pretty well in the book. But it bothers me that they feel, and they continuously feel, that they are, like Donald, above the law, that they can all do whatever they want. And then when the chicken comes home to roost, as they say, now all of a sudden they're angry. Oh, they're angry they took me off of a plane. They're angry that they put me in handcuffs and shackles. They're angry at the fact that, they had a dozen federal agents, in their home. They're angry that they took their technology, their cell phones or computers and so on. We heard Rudy Colludi, drunken Giuliani, say the same thing when they went to his home. No. This is exactly what you get when you try to destroy democracy. So keep whining, you bunch of freaking babies. You're no different than the rest of us. And soon enough, this. Look, I have to tell you, I was not originally gung-ho about the January 6th committee hearings. I didn't think it was going to do much. You know, I even said it on my own podcast on Mea Culpa that I didn't think it was going to really put anything out there that we don't know. It was going to be more like the Mueller investigation, a little flat. I got to be honest with you. What they're doing right now is historical. And if it does anything, right, it turns people off. And now you start to see that, including this recent poll that now shows DeSantis more popular than Donald Trump. Now, I'm not a fan of DeSantis either, by the way, but the fact that he's now polling higher than the Republican, Messiah, Donald, that's pretty impressive. And I think the January 6th hearings have a lot to do with it.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, my zealous brothers with Midas Touch Podcast, Mea Culpa with Michael Cohen, and Legal AF up there with Ben. Thank you a lot, fellas. I want to bring in another guest here who can speak to holding Trump and his team accountable. Maybe she can give us some insight. Jessica Denson, how are you?
Doing great. How are you? I'm fired up from that conversation.
Well, tell us what gets you fired up about the conversation.
Well, I mean, what are we talking about today? The Department of Justice, and the backdrop is democracy, right? Democracy. What Michael was talking about was the weaponization of the Justice Department during the Trump administration. And January 6th was most certainly not the first attempt that Donald Trump made to turn the Department of Justice on its head. Remanding Michael Cohen to prison was one of many examples, like he said, of the authoritarian tactics of the Trump administration, where they would use a rule of law entity like the Department of Justice, and employ it to try to punish their enemies and reward their friends. I was an example of this too, to a much lesser degree. Thank God I wasn't remanded to prison, but I was treated in a sense like a political dissident. They tried to bankrupt me for speaking out. And this goes also to something that just drives me wild, which is how anybody at all gives the Republican Party or Donald Trump any credence when they claim to be champions of free speech. These people are the absolute enemies of free speech. They tried to silence people publishing critical books. They brought lawsuits against people, tried to fine them. My legal group, Protect Democracy, was involved in submitting an amicus brief for Michael saying this is a clear violation of the First Amendment. He must be released. I mean, these are dictators' tactics. So as we're watching what's going on today, where Donald Trump once again in the final hour of his authoritarian takeover of the American presidency, he was trying to turn the Department of Justice into his private law firm. And understand, this is what dictators do. This is Russia, folks. This is Belarus. This is not America. And as we're watching these hearings today, and we're watching how Donald Trump so tried to politicize the Department of Justice, and we're thinking of what are the results of this going to be. Think about all the chatter, all the doubt and the fear that you hear out there in the media of if Merrick Garland acts, his actions are going to be perceived as political. I don't think so. We cannot have these false equivalencies between how Donald Trump so perverted the justice system and how the rule of law now needs to be employed in its proper sense to hold these actors accountable. And one other thing I was thinking of, just because, remember, I used to live in the Fox News bubble. I used to live in this gaslit, upside down world. And so I'm very accustomed to them calling liberals and Democrats snowflakes, and them saying that the left is the side that tries to, make everybody feel like a victim, and the liberal elites. Look at Donald Trump and his cronies. You know what these folks are? They're the ones that play the victim. And guess what? They're the criminal elites. Your party, if you're following Donald Trump, if you're following the Republicans, you're following the elites, and not just the elites, but the criminal elites. So I hope you feel like you're in good company. Maybe now would be a good time to distance yourself from these criminal elites.
Well, thank you, Jessica. Right at the heart of the matter there. I really appreciate you joining us. Thank you. Stick around for some more coverage if we have a break in the hearing. I know you have a little bit of lag with your internet, but we got your audio there. So thank you very much. We'll talk to you soon. I'm going to go to Texas Paul here. Texas Paul, give us your insight into what you've heard. Your mic is muted there, but I think if you get it unmuted, we can go ahead and hear you. Thank you.
I'll tell you, you know, Michael Cohen stood up like a man. He took, you know, what he had coming. He said, I did it. I did what I did. He took his time. He went up to school. He did his time. And that was it. I mean, there was no whining and bitching and moaning and crying. And, you know, you get guys like Jeffrey Clark. They're the people that actually scare the living shit out of me, to be quite honest with you. He had a reputation to be nothing but milquetoast. He was just a mid-level lawyer. Everybody just saw him as the guy that he sat behind his desk, did his job, and this, that, and the other. And the first time he had a chance to shine a little bit, he was more than willing to drink the Kool-Aid and go as far. He had no limits as far as he would go. He broke every oath he ever took, and that's the guy that scares me, because the DOJ has people in it like that. You know, you don't see them as crazies or whatever. If none of this had ever happened, we'd be talking about Jeffrey Clark, and we wouldn't even be talking about Jeffrey Clark. He'd still be in his cubicle doing his thing. But there are these time bombs, if you will, these weak milquetoast people that are going to just come out of the woodwork when they're given the opportunity. You know, it's like they used to call the New York field office Trump land. You know, there was a lot of agents up there that were damn good agents. I mean, they really were. But once the politics hit, you know, the politics hit the bloodstream, they just melted. And that's what's going to happen to Jeffrey Clark when they pull him out of his house in his jammies, and he knows where this goes. He knows where this goes. When he's in that
what do you
room,
think, Paul? What do you think?
Across a professional interrogator, he is going to melt like a popsicle in a blast furnace. I guarantee.
Let me ask you before we go. What kind of pattern do you think Jeffrey Clark wears on his pajamas? What do you think he has? What kind of pattern?
I see little bunnies on his.
You think it's little rabbits? Little rabbits? What do you think?
Little bunny rabbits. Yeah, I'm not a jammy professional. I'm a crank the fan up, go commando guy. But you know,
okay. Well,
so you know,
it happens. It happens. Paul, thanks for the insight on Jeffrey Clark's pajamas there with the rabbits. And stick around, because we definitely want to have you if we have a break, and then afterwards we're going to be doing commentary after the hearing here. So please stick around, Paul, if you can. We'd love to have you.
No, I'd be glad to.
Great.
But like I said, folks, don't be scared of drunk ass Giuliani. You can see him coming from 1,000 miles away. Don't be scared of the partisans. Don't worry about those guys. Worry about the Jeffrey Clarks. They are the people that are in the gears of power, that are, like you say, they're milquetoast. There's not much to them. But man, I tell you what, you put them in the limelight a little bit and let somebody like Donald Trump whisper in their ear, and they will burn the entire country down, because there's no strength to them.
Well, I appreciate it, Paul. Thank you very much. Come back and join us at the break. I have two more special guests here that I want to bring up. We've had David Bender on. I think for every hearing, David's been here, but I also have a special guest. Ron Reagan is joining us as well. Hello, David. Hello, Ron. How are you?
Hey, pretty good. Good to be with you. Hey, David. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, David has his mic muted there.
Mute myself. Wait.
Perfect.
They're done.
David, seldom muted. David.
So, Ron, I don't know if you've seen the latest, but of course, Jeffrey Clark, his house has been raided today, and that tells me there must be an oil spill. That's got to be it, right? Sorry, say again.
I said, couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, or more appropriate guy anyway.
Well, let me ask you, what do you make of the DOJ being questioned here? Because this is the hearing that we were supposed to have last week. It was postponed. Maybe it was this Jeffrey Clark warrant that was. I mean, maybe I have no idea. You can speculate all over the place with these conspiracy theories. But this is the hearing that we were supposed to have last week. They postponed it. It is now today. We are going to be questioning. And by we, I mean our select committee, because it is ours in our government. They are going to be questioning the former acting attorney general for Donald Trump, the former acting deputy attorney general, and the Office of Legal Counsel for Donald Trump in that moment after Bill Barr said, federal crimes, I don't think that's for me. And he resigned. So what do you make of today's hearing, these witnesses, and what do you think is going to be the aim of the questioning, Ron?
Well, this is putting together the narrative, which includes, of course, the corruption of our own justice system, which is, at least since Nixon, has been held to be above politics. But as you know, nothing in the Republican Party today is above politics. Look at the Supreme Court, for instance, which is filled now with political hacks. So it's all part of the larger scheme to corrupt the Justice Department and use the Justice Department to further Donald Trump's aim, which is nothing less than the undermining of our democracy and the seizing of autocratic power by Donald Trump and his Republican allies. I hope that prosecutions are in the offing here, but this is difficult. This is a difficult problem we have that we face as a nation to solve, because ultimately what it requires is the dissolution of the Republican Party as it is presently constituted. They're beyond redemption at this point. They need to go away and reconstitute themselves in a sort of constitutional sense, so that we can have a two-party system again. Because now we only have one legitimate political party. The other has gone full autocrat, full fascist, full anti-democratic, small d democratic. And that just cannot be in this country. January 6th, by the way, was not the end of anything. It wasn't exactly the beginning. It was probably the end of the beginning. But the middle is coming, and the end is to be determined. And the Justice Department will have a role to play in all of that, of course.
Well, I know you probably get this question a lot because of who your father was. And I'm going to ask it. So you were talking about the Republican Party. I mean, this doesn't resemble the Republican Party that your father was the president of and the leader of. Do you think your father would be welcome in this Republican Party, or how do you think he would feel about it?
I don't think he would care whether he was welcome in this Republican Party. He would be appalled by this Republican Party. But let me say, too, that it doesn't really matter what my father would think. My father is gone. What matters is what we think, and even more to the point, what we do from now on. The country is in crisis. It's a serious crisis. We're facing waves of violence coming, no matter what happens. Whether the Republicans win in November or whether they lose, in particular in November and in 2024, there will be violence. I promise you that the Proud Boys, or whatever they call themselves, and those loaf crappers or whoever, they're not done. They've got a bunch of followers, they've got guns, and they plan to use them. They've been itching to use them for just so long now, and now they see their chance. They see that they somehow have some weird permission to do this, and they're going to do it, and we're going to have to deal with that.
Well, we saw the ad from Eric Greitens, who is running. He's the former disgraced governor from Missouri, who ran the ad, and basically
disgraced, of course. Former governor is still disgraced.
Right. Well, he is a disgrace for sure, especially after this ad, because he goes full on fascist and saying, if you just elect me, I will use the power of the military and the government to come kick down your door and not come after his political enemies, but dissidents inside their own party, which is a new thing that we're seeing. Like, that's not normal. Team normal is not there anymore. So, David, give us
an autocratic regime. The first thing you do is purge your own team of dissidents.
That's right.
Then you go after the enemy. Once you've consolidated your team with true believers, Now you go after the Democrats. And the
Well, yeah, because no one can turn against you then at that point.
That's right.
But give us a little bit of the history, David, here of this DOJ hearing that these witnesses that we're going to have today, because we have seen before in our history the DOJ be questioned when the president was maybe committing illegal acts. Now, again, I think we've said it here on the air before. Maybe we owe Richard Nixon a little bit of apology of making him the most corrupt, most criminal president ever of all time. But, maybe not. I guess only history will tell us the story, but put it in historical context, what this means that these three DOJ officials are going to be sitting before a select committee answering questions about how they were trying to, or the pressure that they were being put on from the president to overturn an election. Tell us about the historical context of that even.
Well, let's stipulate, and I think Ron will concur, we're not apologizing to Richard Nixon. He's not owed an apology. He may not be, and he clearly is no longer the most criminal president in our history.
I think it's obvious.
He's now relegated to Warren Harding status. But let's be clear. Nixon's not owed an apology, but Ron is exactly right. What we're looking at now is not past as prologue. We're looking at something that never happened before. Can't compare it to Nixon, can't compare it to anything. This was and continues to be a coup. And these three men who we'll be hearing from today, it's important to note it that one of the ways that Donald Trump managed to stack his administration with cronies and hacks was, in almost all cases from the first year on, he didn't send them to the Senate for appointment. These are all acting people, not good actors, not actors who actually should get an award for their acting ability. They were never confirmed by the Senate, and that would be Jeff Rosen, that would be Richard Donahue, that would be almost everybody who were acting cabinet members for the longest time. And it was his way of bypassing any check on who these people were. So in a critical moment, when these acting people were asked to go along with a plan that would have challenged the validity of the results in Georgia, Arizona, et cetera, and gone along with the John Eastman plan, they said no, and they were about to be, Donahue was about to be replaced with Jeffrey Clark. And as I referenced, his great claim to fame was he had been an environmental attorney, as he pointed out in the meeting. I have experience. I'm an environmental attorney, and I think it was Donahue who said, "That's nice, Jeff. Now go back to your office. We'll call you when there's an oil spill." And that's the level of competence that we were dealing with at the end. Anybody who Trump could bully, he would. And the only reason, and we actually can go back to Nixon for one historical antecedent, which was the Saturday Night Massacre. When people stood up to him, he fired the attorney general, the assistant attorney general, Elliot Richardson. This was all about firing the special counsel, Archibald Cox. These people all said, you put in Jeffrey Clark, we're all going to quit all at once. There'll be 20, 30 people. And that's the only thing. Trump was aware of how that would look. And that's a rare moment. So is that a Profile and Courage Award? Nah. But it did help.
Yeah, not a Profile and Courage, though. They should have quit anyway. They should have quit right there and then. Didn't matter whether he pulled it off or not. They should have said, that's it. Just the request alone is enough for me. I'm out the door. All of them are out the door.
And gone public at the time, not when a book was coming out.
Yeah.
That's what we've seen all along, is we've seen, everyone who has waited until their pub date to say, oh my God, I was appalled a year ago, 2 years ago.
Oh.
But did they go public with it? Of course not.
Yeah, look at Mike Pence. Mike Pence that everybody's holding up as a hero just because one day he did his job, after trying desperately to figure out a way where maybe he didn't have to, and today he's, talking about how privileged he was to work in the administration of Donald Trump, this guy who tried to overthrow our democracy just because he was hoping for his bid for power himself.
Tony, if you'll forgive me, Ron is someone who I really want to hear from after what happened with the Supreme Court yesterday. And I know it's not on point for what we're seeing in the hearings, but Ron, you saw that the court ruled with regard to funding for religious schools.
Mm-hmm.
And I know separation of church and state has been an issue very close to your heart. What do you think about what happened yesterday?
Well, I think it's just an opening gambit by this court. I mean, we have radical religionists on this court. Think about Amy Coney Barrett, and she's not supposed to be questioned. And this is where Democrats dropped the ball, as far as I'm concerned. In her hearing, her religion did not really come up in her hearing. She belongs to a cult that believes that not only is abortion just not going to happen, neither is contraception, and neither is saying no to your husband. So the man will control the woman's body in Amy Coney Barrett's world. And she's okay with that and expect rulings from her and her cohorts on the court that are gonna push more and more in that direction. I could see the courts ruling that there's no right to buy contraception. That that's up to the states, they would say. This is going to go far, and they're certainly going to attack LGBTQ rights. I mean, they're just champing at the bit to get to that. So these are radical religionists, and they want to impose their religion on the rest of us. That's and if they have no trouble whatsoever, for instance, with forcing women to be pregnant. May be able to carry a gun. Government has nothing to say about you carrying a concealed weapon in a crowded New York City, for instance, but they can force you to be pregnant.
Well, I think, and I said it on my show today, it's funny how today the Supreme Court was against states' rights. Today. Tomorrow, we're going to find out that they are in favor of states' rights. Yeah. It always seems to be with these bought and paid for Federal Society judges that it's only what they want it to be and the time that they want it to be, what is convenience for their ideas and their ideology. And we see this time and time again with these cases that are coming out. But again, today, it feels like their decision was, well, states don't have the right to regulate weapons. They absolutely have the right to regulate e-cigarettes, though. They're being banned. Mm-hmm. But tomorrow, though, it will be the state's right to make sure that a woman has to carry a baby, no matter what, full term. Her life, whether she was raped, incest, whatever it may be, she does not have the right to her bodily autonomy. The state does.
Now, there's an interesting little thing happening in Florida, though, since we're talking about religion and your right to practice your religion here, even if that means forcing other people to subscribe to it. The Jewish community in Florida has spoken up about abortion, pointing out that under Jewish law, abortion is okay. So, do they get to practice their religion?
Well, I mean, now easy there, Ron. That would mean that people would have the liberty in this country to have a religion and actually practice the religion the way that you would want to practice it in your own independence.
A religion other than Christianity. Yes.
Well, this is true. This is true.
Well, the Old Testament, and I'm no expert, but I did note, and I think it's kind of important to look at what this committee has done. This committee has been very smart in the way they've pulled the witnesses together. And I've been listening with an ear to the audience. And if you think about what we've heard from these people throughout, we've heard references to their faith, mm-hmm. Whether it's their Christian faith, whether it's their Catholic faith. There have been references to the Old and New Testament, and even the phone call from either Lady Ruby or her mother to 911. If you hear that call, you hear, "Oh Jesus, oh God, protect me." Mm-hmm. This is not an accident. We're seeing that Trump, a false god, has been putting these people who actually believe in their religion. This is not to say that I'm suggesting anything different than Ron. These are people who, if they had their way, would force their religion on all of us. But they are aware, the committee is at least, that by connecting those dots, connecting faith to the people, the evangelicals who've been the base of Donald Trump, think of that. Think of the contradiction in that. Maybe they're going to see him for who he is. And I think that's part of their plan.
I think it's part of their plan, but I don't think it's going to work. I don't think that the evangelical community writ large, the evangelicals who support Trump, and there are plenty of them, I don't think they're watching, first of all, because I don't think they can. You mentioned cognitive dissonance. They're all about cognitive dissonance, and on some level, they must know this. So when Galileo was on trial, a few years ago for having the temerity to suggest that the Earth revolved around the sun. Well,
I watched that on TV, by the way. It was a great trial.
Well, they had hearings, and there was. The church doctrine, of course, was that everything revolves around the Earth. But he had a telescope, and he proved with his telescope that the Earth revolves around the sun. His inquisitors, of course, were not buying any of that, and he said to them, "Just look through the telescope." And of course, they refused, because if they did, the cognitive dissonance would become almost unbearable for them. And I think that's what you're seeing with the evangelicals now. They simply cannot watch the hearings because the evidence is so overwhelming that Trump was doing what he was doing, that their whole worldview would begin to collapse. And they just can't. They can't.
Well, I think that's a good point, because we watched as the Arizona House Speaker, Rusty Bowers, had said in his own words, his sacred oath, and he referenced his religion and his faith. And then and he went against Trump. He said, "I did not say that it was rigged." And he testified under oath what we believe to be the truth, because he was under oath. And he no more gets out of the under oath thing, walks outside, talks to an Associated Press reporter, and says, "Of course I would vote for Trump. Why would I not vote for Trump?" And I think that goes back to what you're saying, because even Gabriel Sterling, who is the chief operating officer in Georgia, he described his own family members, of describing the evidence to them, and he can't get his family members to believe this. And then he said there was attorneys that they went point by point by point for him to show them the evidence. Smart attorneys showing them the evidence to make sure that they could say, yes, okay, that doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. But in the end, when he took down every single one of their points, they would say, "But in my heart of hearts, I still believe that Donald Trump won." Right? I just know there's something, and it's almost seems like that they want this to be the truth, no matter what the evidence is. And I think you're right. I think watching it would only hurt their cognitive dissonance here.
Yeah, it would make them even angrier. They would probably push back even harder. And again, this isn't over. This isn't even close to over. This is going to be an ongoing crisis for us, at least through 2024 and probably beyond. These people aren't going away, and they're not going to be convinced by any hearings or evidence or facts. They're working with alternative facts, as you know who said. So we're in big trouble as a country here. We better be ready for this, because it's coming. It's coming.
Can I try and be Little Mary Sunshine?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Brighten in the room.
The Little Mary part is the part I know I can do. We'll see about the sunshine. What we have seen, and with objective reality, we have seen that the numbers which started before the hearings, when it was less than 50% believed, Americans polled believed that Donald Trump should be tried for a crime, was guilty of a crime. That number ticked up to 58% in the last poll that I saw. And it's largely movement among independents. There is slight movement among Republicans, but very slight. Democrats are way in the 90s. But independents are now 2-1. And there's still room to move there, room to grow. Yeah. And if it holds at above 60%, and Justice is blind, famously, she doesn't see anything, but she looks through her fingers and she reads the poll numbers. and then Jeffrey Clark's house is raided.
Mhm.
The reason that we're going to see some movement from the Justice Department is because the general public is going to say, enough of them, 60% plus, it's okay. Ron's exactly right. This is not going away. There will be violence. That's the not sunshine part of what I'm saying. But I will say that I think the Justice Department and Fulton County are heading towards indictments. And then we will see what happens. But at least it will be acknowledged as criminality being charged. And that's going to be significant. It won't cure cognitive dissonance, but it will, with those people in the middle, those people who have not thought about this at all, they're going to see it. And they're seeing it now. And they're relating to the people in that hearing that just passed who were personally affected. That man, Rusty Bauer's daughter, was dying when people were outside his house. She died 3 weeks later. And they were caring for her while Bullhorn was calling him a pedophile. People relate to that. And that's what we're seeing. They relate to Shay Moss. They relate to these human stories. Committee has done that job. And now we'll see how that echoes and reverberates through the country.
And yet Rusty Bowers would vote for Donald Trump again. With all of that, he would vote for Donald Trump again. You know, if I was a MAGA-land Republican right now, you know what I would want to see? Donald Trump in jail, because he'd be more useful to me there. Don't want him as a candidate because, frankly, he's not a very effective candidate. I'd rather see a Ron DeSantis or, sort of Trump-like kind of person. Donald Trump is a martyr, though, making pronouncements from prison, rallying the troops and all of that. That would be more useful to me as a MAGA-land Republican.
Well, he's in El Balago now. He's doing that. He's in exile, but
yeah.
He won't go away.
No, he's not going anywhere. No.
I think we're bringing in the feed here, possibly. See if I can get the feed going here.
This chairman runs his committee on time.
He does. So I want to bring in the feed here. It's a little lagging. I'm not sure. We were having trouble getting the feed in. So as we work to get this feed, we will go back to here. David, what do you expect to be the end result of these DOJ testimony here from the acting? Because you said it earlier, they're all acting, right? They're all acting. Well, I mean, he was acting really well, wasn't he? So
they're all bad actors.
Yeah, right.
In the truest sense of that word. What I expect is that we are going to see, again, this is all part of, if you look at Liz Cheney's walking us through this as our guide, she is our guide to this. It's a 7-point plan. This is where they tried to use the Justice Department, and I think Jessica said it well, as his personal law firm. And until he could get someone who would be, where's my Roy Cohn? That's what he kept asking for. And for a while, he thought he had it in Bill Barr, but even Bill Barr wasn't prepared to go down with that shit. So that's what we're going to see today, I think. And Ron, you and I, old enough to remember the John Mitchell situation, and he was put away.
That was a different era, of course. That was an era when the most corrupt Republican president, most corrupt president ever, when confronted with an impeachment proceeding, said, "You know what? I'm just going to step down."
Yeah.
And the Republican Party, Barry Goldwater among them, went to him and said, "You don't have the votes, and you don't have my vote. So you're out of here." And he went along with it.
Unlike Mitch McConnell, another profile in servile.
Yeah, really. I mean, really, what must it be like to be these people? To be a Mitch McConnell or Kevin McCarthy. Jesus, how do you shave in the morning?
With a lot of toilet paper.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, I want to go back to one point that Ron made. We see the witnesses here taking their seats, and the press is recording them being in the hearing room here. But you talked about violence, and I think you're alluding to that there might be possible violence in the streets, but there's threats against these people's lives. I mean, they had to protect poor dear Mrs. Moss, just an election worker, and her mother, possibly her grandmother. They were driven from their homes, and we see each witness, they were having to have protection. And we even see the ramping up of security for the actual select hearing committee members.
Absolutely.
So, what do you mean exactly by the violence? Because I think I know what you mean, but elaborate a little further on that.
Violence in the streets, but not just people running around out in the streets with their AR-15s and things. No, I'm talking about more targeted violence, and it pains me to say this. I want you to be sure about that. But I'm talking about assassinations. I'm talking about the occupation of state houses, more attempts on government buildings in Washington, D.C. These are heavily armed people, and they want to use their guns, and they will. And I see that the folks are coming in now.
They are. I want to tell you, thank you, Ron, for joining us. I really do appreciate your insight. And David as well. We always appreciate your insight. So if you want to stick around, know that you are welcome back for the break, if we have a break, and then after the hearing. I know, Ron, you're kind of have a time difference for us, so
yeah, I'm way ahead of you guys.
But I really do appreciate you joining us and giving us your insight. Thank
you
very much.
Happy to do it, and I'll do it again sometime.
We'll talk to you very soon.
Ron, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, David.
Thank you, fellas. We're gonna go to the hearing now, as Benny Thompson gavels in the day 5 of the January 6th select hearings with the DOJ witnesses. Let's go to the hearing.
The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good afternoon. In our previous hearings, the Select Committee showed that then President Trump applied pressure at every level of government, from local election workers up to his own vice president, hoping public servants would give in to that pressure and help him steal an election he actually lost. Today, we'll tell the story of how the pressure campaign also targeted the federal agency charged with enforcement of our laws, the Department of Justice. We already covered part of Mr. Trump's effort. We heard from Attorney General Bill Barr tell the story and the committee about the baseless claims Mr. Trump wanted the Justice Department to investigate, and that Mr. Barr viewed those claims as nonsense. Today, we'll hear from Jeffrey Rosen, the person Mr. Trump appointed to run the Justice Department after Attorney General Barr resigned. We'll hear from other senior Justice Department officials also. Together, these public servants resisted Mr. Trump's effort to misuse the Justice Department as part of his plan to hold on to power. And we will show that Trump's demands that the department investigate baseless claims of election fraud continued into January 2021. But Donald Trump didn't just want the Justice Department to investigate. He wanted the Justice Department to help legitimize his lies, to basically call the election corrupt, to appoint a special counsel to investigate alleged election fraud, to send a letter to 6 state legislatures urging them to consider altering the election results. And when these and other efforts failed, Donald Trump sought to replace Mr. Rosen, the acting Attorney General, with a lawyer who he believed would inappropriately put the full weight of the Justice Department behind the effort to overturn the election. Let's think about what that means. Wherever you live in the United States, there's probably a local government executive, a mayor, or a county commissioner. There's also an official responsible for enforcing the laws, a district attorney or a local prosecutor. Imagine if your mayor lost a re-election bid, but instead of conceding the race, they picked up the phone, called the district attorney, and said, I want you to say this election was stolen. I want you to tell the Board of Elections not to certify the results. That's essentially what Donald Trump was trying to do with the election for President of the United States. It was a brazen attempt to use the Justice Department to advance the president's personal political agenda. Today, my colleague from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, and other witnesses will walk through the Select Committee's findings on these matters. But first, I recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement she's care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At this point, our committee has just begun to show America the evidence that we have gathered. There is much more to come, both in our hearings and in our report. But I'd like to take just a moment to put everything we've seen in context. We have already seen how President Trump falsely declared victory on November 3rd, 2020. How he and his team launched a fraudulent media campaign that persuaded tens of millions of Americans that the election was stolen from him. Donald Trump intentionally ran false ads on television and social media, featuring allegations that his advisors and his Justice Department repeatedly told him were untrue. We have also seen how Donald Trump launched a fraudulent fundraising campaign that raised hundreds of millions of dollars, again, based on those same false election fraud allegations. We have seen how President Trump and his allies corruptly attempted to pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count lawful electoral votes and obstruct Congress's proceedings on January 6th, and how he provoked a violent mob to pursue the Vice President and others in our Capitol. We've seen how the President oversaw and personally participated in an effort in multiple states to vilify, threaten, and pressure election officials, and to use false allegations to pressure state legislators to change the outcome of the election. We've seen how President Trump worked with and directed the Republican National Committee and others to organize an effort to create fake electoral slates, and later to transmit those materially false documents to federal officials, again, as part of his planning for January 6th. We have seen how President Trump persuaded tens of thousands of his supporters to travel to Washington, D.C. for January 6th. And we will see in far more detail how the President's rally and march to the Capitol were organized and choreographed. As you can tell, these efforts were not some minor or ad hoc enterprise concocted overnight. Each required planning and coordination. Some required significant funding. All of them were overseen by President Trump. And much more information will be presented soon regarding the President's statements and actions on January 6th. Today, as Chairman Thompson indicated, we turn to yet another element of the President's effort to overturn the 2020 election, this one involving the Department of Justice. A key focus of our hearing today will be a draft letter that our witnesses here today refused to sign. This letter was written by Mr. Jeff Clark with another Department of Justice lawyer, Ken Klukowski, and the letter was to be sent to the leadership of the Georgia State Legislature. Other versions of the letter were intended for other states. Neither Mr. Clark nor Mr. Klukowski had any evidence of widespread election fraud, but they were quite aware of what Mr. Trump wanted the department to do. Jeff Clark met privately with President Trump and others in the White House and agreed to assist the president without telling the senior leadership of the department who oversaw him. As you will see, this letter claims that the U.S. Department of Justice's investigations have, quote, identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia. In fact, Donald Trump knew this was a lie. The Department of Justice had already informed the President of the United States repeatedly that its investigations had found no fraud sufficient to overturn the results of the 2020 election. The letter also said this, quote, "In light of these developments, the department recommends that the Georgia General Assembly should convene in special session," end quote, "and consider approving a new slate of electors." And it indicates that a separate, quote, "fake slate of electors supporting Donald Trump has already been transmitted to Washington, D.C. For those of you who have been watching these hearings, the language of this draft Justice Department letter will sound very familiar. The text is similar to what we have seen from John Eastman and Rudy Giuliani, both of whom were coordinating with President Trump to overturn the 2020 election. When one of our witnesses today, Mr. Donahue, first saw this draft letter, he wrote this, quote, "This would be a grave step for the department to take, and it could have tremendous constitutional, political, and social ramifications for the country," end quote. This committee agrees. Had this letter been released on official Department of Justice letterhead, it would have falsely informed all Americans, including those who might be inclined to come to Washington on January 6th, that President Trump's election fraud allegations were likely very real. Here is another observation about this letter. Look at the signature line. It was written by Jeff Clark and Mr. Klukowski, not just for Clark's signature, but also for our witnesses today, Jeff Rosen and Richard Donahue. When it became clear that neither Mr. Rosen nor Mr. Donahue would sign this letter, President Trump's plan necessarily changed. As you will hear today, Donald Trump offered Mr. Clark the job of acting Attorney General, replacing Mr. Rosen, with the understanding that Clark would send this letter to Georgia and other states and take other actions the president requested. One other point. Millions of Americans have seen the testimony of Attorney General Barr before this committee. At one point in his deposition, the former Attorney General was asked why he authorized the Department of Justice to investigate fraud in the 2020 election at all. Why not just follow the regular course of action and let the investigations occur much later in time, after January 6th? Here's what he said.
Felt the responsible thing to do was to be in a position to have a view as to whether or not there was fraud. And frankly, I think the fact that I put myself in the position that I could say that we had looked at this and didn't think there was fraud was really important to moving things forward. And I sort of shudder to think what the situation would have been if the position of the department was, we're not even looking at this until after Biden's in office. I'm not sure we would have had a transition at all.
I want to thank each of our witnesses before us today for your role in addressing and rebutting the false allegations of fraud at the root of January 6th. And thank you for standing up for the Constitution and for the rule of law. Of course, not all public officials behaved in the honorable way our witnesses did. At the close of today's hearing, we will see video testimony by 3 members of Donald Trump's White House staff. They will identify certain of the members of Congress who contacted the White House after January 6th to seek presidential pardons for their conduct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for an opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here. I'd like to start with a personal story. So in May of 2009, I returned from service in Iraq and I announced my intention to run for Congress. A big reason I decided to run for Congress was my motivation to ensure freedom and democracy were defended overseas. I remember making a commitment out loud a few times and in my heart repeatedly, even to today, that if we are going to ask Americans to be willing to die in service to our country, we as leaders must at least be willing to sacrifice our political careers when integrity and our oath requires it. After all, losing a job is nothing compared to losing your life. Within the halls of power, in the face of a president, that commitment can easily be forgotten. Presidential pressure can be really hard to resist. Today, we'll focus on a few officials who stood firm against President Trump's political pressure campaign. When the president tried to misuse the department and install a loyalist at its helm, these brave officials refused and threatened to resign. They were willing to sacrifice their careers for the good of our country. The Department of Justice is unique in the executive branch. The president oversees the Department of Justice, yet the president's personal or partisan interests must not shape or dictate the department's actions. The president cannot and must not use the department to serve his own personal interest, and he must not use its people to do his political bidding, especially when what he wants them to do is to subvert democracy. The president cannot pervert justice nor the law to maintain his power. Justice must, both in fact and law, be blind. That is critical to our whole system of self-governance. During this hearing, you'll hear time and time again about the president's request to investigate claims of widespread fraud. Our witnesses, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, and Mr. Engel, stood firm in the face of overbearing political pressure because they understood that their oath was to the Constitution and not to the personal or political interests of the president. The president and his allies became keenly aware that with legal challenges exhausted and electoral votes certified, their only hope would be a last-ditch scheme to prevent Congress from certifying the win, thus throwing the entire system into constitutional chaos. The president wanted the department to sow doubt in the legitimacy of the election, to empower his followers and members of Congress to take action. If the department could just lend its credibility to the conspiracies, people would have the justification they needed to spread the big lie. So President Trump ultimately wanted the Department of Justice to say the election was, quote, corrupt and, quote, leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. As you will hear today, the department's top leadership refused. Not surprisingly, President Trump didn't take no for an answer. He didn't accept it from Attorney General Barr, and he wouldn't accept it from Mr. Rosen either. So he looked for another Attorney General, his third in 2 weeks. He needed to find someone who was willing to ignore the facts. That is not the norm. Let's look at what attorneys general, Democrats and Republicans alike, have said about upholding their oath to the Constitution.
Attorney General ultimately owes his loyalty to the integrity of the American people and to the fidelity to the Constitution and the legitimate laws of the country. That's what he's ultimately required to do.
I will be an independent attorney general. I will be the people's lawyer. If, however, there were an issue that I thought were that significant that would compromise my ability to serve as attorney general in the way that I have described, that as the people's lawyer, I would not hesitate to resign.
As you and I discussed, if the president proposed to undertake a course of conduct that was in violation of the Constitution, that would present me with a difficult but not a complex problem. I would have two choices. I could either try to talk him out of it or leave. Those are the choices.
The Attorney General's position as a cabinet member is perhaps unique from all of the cabinet members. Yes, a member of the president's cabinet, but the Attorney General has a unique responsibility to provide independent and objective advice to the president or any agency when it is sought, and sometimes perhaps even when it is not sought.
Everyone in that video, from Eric Holder to Jeff Sessions, spoke as one about the independence of the department. It's a point of pride at Justice to apply the law without the president's political self-interests tainting its actions or dictating how it uses its authorities. But President Trump did find one candidate at Justice who seemed willing to do anything to help him stay in power. Let's hear what President Trump's own lawyer, Eric Hirschman, had to say about Jeff Clark's plan to overturn the election. I'd like to advise viewers this video contains some strong language.
And when he finished discussing what he planned on doing, I said, good fucking, excuse me, sorry, effing a-hole. Congratulations, you just admitted the first step or act you take as Attorney General would be committing a felony and violating Rule 6C. You're clearly the right candidate for this job.
So who's Jeff Clark? An environmental lawyer with no experience relevant to leading the entire Department of Justice. What was his only qualification? That he would do whatever the president wanted him to do, including overthrowing a free and a fair democratic election. President Trump's campaign to bend the Justice Department to his political will culminated in a showdown on January 3rd. Today, we will take you inside that early evening Oval Office meeting where top Justice Department officials met with the president. At stake, the leadership and integrity of the Department of Justice.
The meeting took about another 2.5 hours from the time I entered. It was entirely focused on whether there should be a DOJ leadership change. I was sitting directly in front of the president. Jeff Rosen was to my right, Jeff Clark was to my left. He looked at me and he underscored, well, the one thing we know is you're not going to do anything. You don't even agree that the concerns that are being presented are valid. And here's someone who has a different view. So well, why shouldn't I do that? You know, that's how the discussion then proceeded.
Jeff Clark was proposing that Jeff Rosen be replaced by Jeff Clark. And I thought the proposal was asinine.
What were Clark's purported bases for why it was in the president's interest for him to step in? What would he do? How would things change, according to Mr. Clark in the meeting?
He repeatedly said to the president that if he was put in the seat, he would conduct real investigations that would, in his view, uncover widespread fraud. He would send out the letter that he had drafted, and that this was a last opportunity to sort of set things straight with this defective election, and that he could do it. And he had the intelligence and the will and the desire to pursue these matters in the way that the president thought most appropriate.
And he was making a pitch, and every time he would get clobbered over the head, he would say, like a call to order, the president's your decision, you get the chance to make this decision, and you've heard everybody and you can make your determination. And then we jump back in and really clobber him.
I made the point that Jeff Clark is not even competent to serve as the Attorney General. He's never been a criminal attorney. He's never conducted a criminal investigation in his life. He's never been in front of a grand jury, much less a trial jury. And he kind of retorted by saying, well, I've done a lot of very complicated appeals and civil litigation, environmental litigation, and things like that. And I said, that's right, you're an environmental lawyer. How about you go back to your office and we'll call you when there's an oil spill. And Pat Cipollone weighed in at one point, I remember saying, that letter that this guy wants to send, that letter is a murder-suicide pact. It's going to damage everyone who touches it. And we should have nothing to do with that letter. I don't ever want to see that letter again. And so we went along those lines.
I thought Jeff's proposal, Clark's proposal, was nuts. I mean, this guy said at a certain point, listen, the best I can tell is the only thing you know about environmental and elections challenges is they both start with E. And based on your answer tonight, I'm not even certain you know that.
The president said, suppose I do this. Suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What do you do?
Well, we know these men before us did the right thing. But think about what happens if these justice officials make a different decision. What happens if they bow to the pressure? What would that do to us as a democracy, as a nation? Imagine a future where the president could screen applicants to the Justice Department with one question. Are you loyal to me or to the Constitution? And it wouldn't take long to find people willing to pledge their loyalty to the man. We know many of President Trump's vocal supporters on January 6th also wanted the Justice Department to do whatever he asked, as long as it meant he could stay in power. They made sure Justice Department officials heard his message as they protested loudly in front of the department on their way to the Capitol on January 6th.
Live in D.C., we're marching to the Capitol. We are at the Department of Justice right now telling these cowards to do their job. They're going to take the Capitol.
I want to take a moment now to speak directly to my fellow Republicans. Imagine the country's top prosecutor with the power to open investigations, subpoena, charge crimes, and seek imprisonment. Imagine that official pursuing the agenda of the other party instead of that of the American people as a whole. And if you're a Democrat, imagine it the other way around. Today, President Trump's total disregard for the Constitution and his oath will be fully exposed. Now let's get this hearing underway so we can do our part to protect the freedoms that we often take for granted, so that we can see how close we came to losing it all. I now yield back to the chairman.
We're joined today by three distinguished witnesses who each served in the Trump administration in the months preceding January 6th. Mr. Jeffrey Rosen served at the Department of Justice from May 2019 until January 2021. With President Trump's nomination and the confirmation of the United States Senate, he became the United States Deputy Attorney General. In December 2020, he took the mantle of Acting Attorney General. Mr. Richard Donahue has served in the Department of Justice for over 14 years. Mr. Donahue was a United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, then became Mr. Rosen's Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, and finally, Acting Deputy Attorney General. Mr. Donahue also served more than 20 years in the United States military, including the 82nd Airborne and the Judge Advocates General Corps. We are also joined by Mr. Stephen Engel, the former Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel. He was nominated by the former president and confirmed by the Senate during the Trump administration. He served from November 2017 to January 2021 and has now returned to private practice. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you swear upon under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. First of all, gentlemen, thank you for being here today. All of you served at former President Trump's pleasure at the Department of Justice in top leadership positions with tremendous responsibilities. Former Attorney General Bill Barr told the Select Committee that before he left the department in December 2020, he told President Trump on at least 3 occasions there was no evidence of widespread election fraud that would have changed the results of the presidential election, and refuted numerous specific claims of election fraud the president was making. Mr. Rosen, after Mr. Barr announced his resignation, did Donald Trump continue to demand that the Department of Justice investigate his claims of election fraud?
Yes, he asserted that he thought the Justice Department had not done enough.
Thank you. From the time you took over from Attorney General Barr until January 3rd, how often did President Trump contact you or the department to push allegations of election fraud?
So between December 23rd and January 3rd, the president either called me or met with me virtually every day, with one or two exceptions like Christmas Day. And before that, because I had been announced that I would become the acting attorney general before the date I actually did, the president had asked that Rich Donahue and I go over and meet with him, I believe on December 15th as well.
So after you had some of these meetings and conversations with the president, what things did the president raise with you?
So the common element of all of this was the president expressing his dissatisfaction that the Justice Department, in his view, had not done enough to investigate election fraud. But at different junctures, other topics came up at different intervals. So at one point, he had raised the question of having a special counsel for election fraud. At a number of points, he raised requests that I meet with his campaign counsel, Mr. Giuliani. At one point, he raised the whether the Justice Department would file a lawsuit in the Supreme Court. At a couple of junctures, there were questions about making public statements or about holding a press conference. At one of the later junctures was this issue of sending a letter to state legislatures in Georgia or other states. And so there were different things raised at different parts of, or different intervals, with the common theme being his dissatisfaction about what the Justice Department had done to investigate election fraud. I will say that the Justice Department declined all of those requests that I was just referencing, because we did not think that they were appropriate based on the facts and the law as we understood them.
Thank you. So, Mr. Donahue, on December 15th, the day after Attorney General Barr announced his resignation, the president summoned you and Mr. Rosen to the White House. At this meeting with the president, what did he want to discuss?
There were a number of topics of discussion that day, Mr. Chairman. Much of the conversation focused on a report that had been recently released relating to Antrim County in Michigan. I believe on December 13th, an organization called the Allied Security Group issued a report that alleged that the Dominion voting machines in that county had a 68% error rate. The report was widely covered in the media. We were aware of it. We obtained a copy of it on the 14th of December, the day prior. We circulated to the U.S. attorneys in Michigan for their awareness. And we had a number of discussions internally, but the conversation with the president on that day, the 15th, was largely focused on that. And he was essentially saying, have you seen this report? He was adamant that the report must be accurate, that it proved that the election was defective, that he in fact won the election, and the department should be using that report to basically tell the American people that the results were not trustworthy. And he went on to other theories as well, but the bulk of that conversation on December 15th focused on Antrim County, Michigan, and the ASOG report.
Thank you. Mr. Engel, we know that Attorney General Barr announced on December 1st, 2020, that the Department of Justice had found no evidence of widespread fraud that could have changed the outcome of the election. So from December 1st, 2020 until today, as you sit here, have you ever doubted that top line conclusion?
No, I've never had any reason to doubt Attorney General Barr's conclusion.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the weeks leading to January 6th, the Department of Justice was fielding almost daily requests from the president to investigate claims of election fraud. Each claim was refuted time and time again, an effort Attorney General Barr described as whack-a-mole. When each of the president's efforts failed, he resorted to installing a new attorney general to say the election was illegal and corrupt, simply so he could stay in power. President Trump started leaning on the Justice Department the first chance he got. On November 29th, his first television interview after the election.
Where is the DOJ and the FBI in all of this, Mr. President? You have laid out some serious charges here. Shouldn't this be something that the FBI is investigating? Are they?
Missing in
Is the
action.
DOJ investigating?
Missing in action. Can't tell you where they are.
Republican congressmen echoed the president just 2 days later. They wrote a letter to Attorney General Barr laying into the Justice Department for a, quote, shocking lack of action in investigating the claims of election fraud. That same day, Attorney General Barr stated publicly that President Trump's claims had no merit. Ignoring the top law enforcement officer in the country, Republican congressmen amplified the stolen election message to the American public. Let's listen.
And so there's widespread evidence of fraud because people haven't done their jobs. Durham and Barr will deserve a big notation in history when it's written of the rise and fall of the United States if they don't clean up this mess, clean up the fraud, do your jobs, and save this little experiment in self-government.
Again, I join my colleagues in calling on Attorney General Barr to immediately let us know what he's doing.
We're already working on challenging the certified electors. And now what about the courts? How pathetic are the courts?
January 6th, I'm joining with the fighters in the Congress, and we are going to object to electors from states that didn't run clean elections. Democracy is left undefended if we accept the result of a stolen election without fighting with every bit of vigor we can muster.
The ultimate date of significance is January 6th. This is how the process works. The ultimate arbiter here, the ultimate check and balance is the United States Congress. And when something is done in an unconstitutional fashion, which happened in several of these states, we have a duty to step forward and have this debate and have this vote on the 6th of January.
Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass.
Mr. Donahue, on December 27th, you had a 90-minute conversation with the president where he raised false claim after false claim with you and Mr. Rosen. How did you respond to what you called a, quote, stream of allegations?
The December 27th conversation was, in my mind, an escalation of the earlier conversations. As the former acting AG indicated, there were a lot of communications that preceded that. As we got later in the month of December, the president's entreaties became more urgent. He became more adamant that we weren't doing our job. We need to step up and do our job. And he had this arsenal of allegations that he wanted to rely on. And so I felt in that conversation that was incumbent on me to make it very clear to the president what our investigations had revealed, and that we had concluded, based on actual investigations, actual witness interviews, actual reviews of documents, that these allegations simply had no merit. And I wanted to try to cut through the noise, because it was clear to us that there were a lot of people whispering in his ear, feeding him these conspiracy theories and allegations. And I felt that being very blunt in that conversation might help make it clear to the president that these allegations were simply not true. And so as he went through them in what for me was a 90-minute conversation or so, and what for the former acting AG was a 2-hour conversation, as the president went through them, I went piece by piece to say, no, that's false. That is not true. And to correct him really in a serial fashion as he moved from one theory to another.
Can you give me an example of one or two of those theories?
So one that was very clear at that point was the Antrim County, the ASOG report that I mentioned earlier. The Allied Security Operations Group released this report that said 68% error rate. There was, in fact, in Antrim County, a hand recount. And Had nothing to do with the department. The department did not request that. That was pursuant to litigation brought by other parties, but there was a hand recount. So they were able to compare the hand recount to what the machines had reported. And for the ballots that were actually counted by the machine, more than 15,000, there was one error, one ballot. And I did a quick calculation and came up with 0.0063% error rate, which is well within tolerance. And so I made it very clear to the president, because he was so fixated on the ASOG report in the December 15th conversation, that in fact, our investigation revealed that the error rate was 0.0063%. So that, Mr. President, is an example of what people are telling you that is not true and that you cannot and should not be relying on. So that was one very explicit one, and I think you see that reflected in my notes. We went through a series of others. The truck driver who claimed to have moved an entire tractor trailer of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania, that was also incorrect. We did an investigation where the FBI interviewed witnesses at the front end and the back end of that trailer's transit from New York to Pennsylvania. We looked at loading manifests. We interviewed witnesses, including, of course, the driver, and we knew it wasn't true. Whether the driver believed it or not was never clear to me, but it was just not true. So that was another one that I tried to educate the president on. There were a series of others, mostly in swing states. Of course, he wanted to talk a great deal about Georgia, the State Farm Arena video, which he believed, for various reasons, was, as he said it, fraud staring you right in the face.
Were any of the allegations he brought up found credible? Did you find any of them credible?
No.
So during this conversation, did you take handwritten notes directly quoting the president?
I did, and to make it clear, Attorney General Rosen called me on my government cell phone, said he'd been on the phone with the president for some time. The president had a lot of these allegations. I was better versed in what the department had done just because I had closer contact with the investigations, and the AG asked me to get on the call. Of course, I agreed. And I began taking notes only because at the outset, the president made an allegation I had not heard. I'd heard many of these things. I knew many of them were investigated. But when the president, at least when I came to the conversation, when he began speaking, he brought up an allegation I was completely unaware of. And of course, that concerned us. So I simply reached out and grabbed a notepad off my wife's nightstand and a pen, and I started jotting it down. That had to do with an allegation that more than 200,000 votes were certified in the state of Pennsylvania that were not actually cast. Sometimes the president would say it was 205, sometimes he would say it was 250, but I'd not heard this before, and I want to get the allegation down clearly so that we can look into it if appropriate. And that's why I started taking those notes. And then as the conversation continued, I just continued to take the notes.
Let's take a look at the notes, if we could right now. As we can see on the screen, you actually quote President Trump asking, "Where's DOJ?" just like we heard him say in his first television interview. How did you respond to that?
So both the acting AG and I tried to explain to the president on this occasion and on several other occasions that the Justice Department has a very important, very specific, but very limited role in these elections. States run their elections. We are not quality control for the states. We are obviously interested in and have a mission that relates to criminal conduct in relation to federal elections. We also have related civil rights responsibilities. So we do have an important role. But the bottom line was, if a state ran their election in such a way that it was defective, that is to the state or Congress to correct. It is not for the Justice Department to step in. And I certainly understood the president as a layman, not understanding why the Justice Department didn't have at least a civil role to step in and bring suit on behalf of the American people. We tried to explain that to him. The American people do not constitute the client for the United States Justice Department. The one and only client of the United States Justice Department is the United States government. And the United States government does not have standing, as we were repeatedly told by our internal teams, OLC led by Steve Engel, as well as the Office of the Solicitor General, researched it and gave us thorough, clear opinions that we simply did not have standing. And we tried to explain that to the president on numerous occasions.
Let's take a look at another one of your notes. You also noted that Mr. Rosen said to Mr. Trump, quote, DOJ can't and won't snap its fingers and change the outcome of the election. How did the president respond to that, sir?
He responded very quickly and said, essentially, that's not what I'm asking you to do. What I'm just asking you to do is just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
So let's now put up the notes where you quote the president. As you're speaking to that, he said, the president said, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman. So, Mr. Donahue, that's a direct quote from President Trump, correct?
That's an exact quote from the president, yes.
The next note shows that even that the president kept pressing. Even though he'd been told that there was no evidence of fraud, the president keeps saying that the department was, quote, obligated to tell people that this was an illegal, corrupt election.
That's also an exact quote from the president, yes.
Let me just be clear. Did the department find any evidence to conclude that there was anything illegal or corrupt about the 2020 election?
There were isolated instances of fraud. None of them came close to calling into question the outcome of the election in any individual state.
And how would you describe the president's demeanor during that call?
He was more agitated than he was on December 15th. The president throughout all of these meetings and telephone conversations was adamant that he had won and that we were not doing our job. But it did escalate over time until ultimately the meeting on January 3rd, which was sort of the most extreme of the meetings and conversations.
So I want to make sure we don't gloss this over. Just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to us. The president wanted the top Justice Department officials to declare that the election was corrupt, even though, as he knew, there was absolutely no evidence to support that statement. The president didn't care about actually investigating the facts. He just wanted the Department of Justice to put its stamp of approval on the lies. Who was going to help him? Well, Jeff Clark. Mr. Rosen, on Christmas Eve, your first official day as the acting attorney general, President Trump called you. What did he want to talk about?
The same things he was talking about publicly. He wanted to talk about that he thought the election had been stolen or was corrupt, and that there was widespread fraud. And I had told him that our reviews had not shown that to be the case. So we had an extended discussion, probably 15, maybe 20 minutes, something like that, with him urging that the Department of Justice should be doing more with regard to election fraud.
Did he mention Jeff Clark's name?
Yes. It was just in passing. He made what I regarded as a peculiar reference. I don't remember the exact quote, but it was something about, did I know Jeff Clark, or did I know who he was, or something like that. And I told him I did. And then the conversation just moved on. But when I hung up, I was quizzical as to how does the president even know Mr. Clark? I was not aware that they had ever met or that the president had been involved with any of the issues in the civil division.
So it was a bit of a surprise when he brought his name up.
Yes.
So Mr. Clark was the acting head of the civil division and head of environmental and natural resources division at the Department of Justice. Do either of those divisions have any role whatsoever in investigating election fraud, sir?
No. And to my awareness, Jeff Clark had no prior involvement of any kind with regard to the work that the department was doing that Attorney General Barr has talked about to this committee.
So let's take a minute and explain why the president mentioned Jeff Clark's name to Mr. Rosen here on Christmas Eve. On December 21st, some Republican members of Congress met with President Trump in the White House to talk about overturning the 2020 election. Let's hear Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene talk about how this meeting got set up.
I was the only new member at the meeting. I called President Trump on Saturday and said, we've got to have a meeting. There's many of us that feel like this election has been stolen.
So on the screen, you'll see that President Trump's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, tweeted about that meeting right after it happened. He said, quote, several members of Congress just finished a meeting in the Oval Office with President Donald Trump, preparing to fight back against mounting evidence of voter fraud. Stay tuned. On the same day he met with these Republican members of Congress, President Trump called into a conservative political convention, and he used the opportunity to pressure the Department of Justice to investigate his bogus claims.
The problem is we need a party that's going to fight, and we have some great congressmen and women that are doing it, and we have some great fighters, but we won this in a landslide. They know it, and we need backing from like the Justice Department, and other people have to finally step up.
The Select Committee obtained records from the National Archives that show that Scott Perry was one of the congressmen who joined that meeting. We learned from White House records that you'll now see on the screen that the very next day, Representative Perry returned to the White House. This time he brought a Justice Department official named Jeffrey Clark. Representative Perry provided the following statement to his local TV affiliate. He said, quote, "Throughout the past 4 years, I've worked with Assistant Attorney General Clark on various legislative matters. When President Trump asked if I would make an introduction, I obliged." But why Jeff Clark? Let's hear Mr. Giuliani explain the kind of person that he and the president wanted at the top of justice.
I remember ever recommending to anybody that Mr. Clark, meaning Jeffrey Clark at DOJ, be given election-related responsibilities.
You mean beyond the president?
Correct.
Well, beyond the president, I do recall saying to people that somebody should be put in charge of the Justice Department who isn't frightened of what's going to be done to their reputation. Because Judge Trump was filled with people like that.
Should put somebody that's not frightened of what's going to be done to their reputation. Mr. Donahue, when you told the president that you wouldn't pursue baseless claims of fraud, was it because you were worried about your reputation?
No, not at all.
Mr. Clark's name was also mentioned in the White House in late December and early January, as described by a top aide to Mark Meadows, Cassidy Hutchinson.
Was it your understanding that Representative Perry was pushing for a specific person to take over the department?
He wanted Mr. Jeff Clark to take over the Department of Justice.
Mr. Rosen, after your call with President Trump on December 24th, you spoke with Mr. Clark on December 26th about his contact with the president. Can you tell us about that conversation?
Yes. Because I had been quizzical about why his name had come up, I called him and I tried to explore if he would share if there was something I ought to know. And after some back and forth, he acknowledged that shortly before Christmas, he had gone to a meeting in the Oval Office with the president. That, of course, surprised me. And I asked him, how did that happen? And he was defensive. He said it had been unplanned, that he had been talking to someone he referred to as General Perry, but I believe is Congressman Perry. And that unbeknownst to him, he was asked to go to a meeting and he didn't know it, but it turned out it was at the Oval, he found himself at the Oval Office. And he was apologetic for that. And I said, well, you didn't tell me about it. It wasn't authorized. And you didn't even tell me after the fact. You know, this is not appropriate. But he was contrite and said it had been inadvertent and it would not happen again. And that if anyone asked him to go to such a meeting, he would notify Rich Donahue and me.
Is there a policy that governs who can have contact directly with the White House?
Yes. So across many administrations for a long period of time, there's a policy that, particularly with regard to criminal investigations, restricts at both the White House end and the Justice Department end those more sensitive issues to the highest ranks. So for criminal matters, the policy for a long time has been that only the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General from the DOJ side can have conversations about criminal matters with the White House, or the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General can authorize someone for a specific item with their permission, but the idea is to make sure that the top rung of the Justice Department knows about it and is in the thing to control it and make sure only appropriate things are done.
Mr. Ringo, from your perspective, why is it important to have a policy like Mr. Rosen just discussed?
Well, it's critical that the Department of Justice conducts its criminal investigations free from either the reality or any appearance of political interference. And so people can get in trouble if people at the White House are speaking with people at the department. And that's why the purpose of these policies is to keep these communications as infrequent and at the highest levels as possible, just to make sure that people who are less careful about it, who don't really understand these implications, such as Mr. Clark, don't run afoul of those contact policies.
Thank you. So the Select Committee conducted an informal interview with the White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, and his deputy, Pat Philbin, about their contact with Mr. Clark, though neither has yet agreed to sit for transcribed and videotaped interviews. But Pat Cipollone told the Select Committee that he intervened when he heard Mr. Clark was meeting with the president about legal matters without his knowledge, which was strictly against White House policy. Mr. Cipollone and Mr. Philbin, like Mr. Rosen, told Mr. Clark to stand down, and he didn't. On the same day, Acting Attorney General Rosen told Mr. Clark to stop talking to the White House. Representative Perry was urging Chief of Staff Mark Meadows to elevate Clark within the Department of Justice. You can now see on the screen behind me a series of texts between Representative Perry and Mr. Meadows. They show that Representative Perry requested that Mr. Clark be elevated within the department. Representative Perry tells Mr. Meadows on December 26th that, quote, "Mark, just checking in as time continues to count down. 11 days to January 6th and 25 days to inauguration. We've got to get going." Representative Perry followed up and says, quote, "Mark, you should call Jeff. I just got off the phone with him, and he explained to me why the principal deputy won't work, especially with the FBI. They will view it as not having the authority to enforce what needs to be done." Mr. Meadows responds with, "I got it. I think I understand. Let me work on the deputy position." Representative Perry then texts, "Roger, just sent you something on Signal. Just sent you an updated file. Did you call Jeff Clark?" Mr. Donahue, Representative Perry called you the next day on December 27th. Who told him to call you?
My understanding is the president did at the outset of the call. Congressman Perry told me that he was calling at the behest of the president.
What did he want to talk about?
You want to talk about Pennsylvania in particular? He gave me some background about, why he in particular doesn't trust the FBI and why the American people don't necessarily trust the FBI. And then he went into some allegations specific to Pennsylvania, which included, amongst others, this allegation that the Secretary of State had certified more votes than were actually cast.
Did you direct the local U.S. Attorney's Office to investigate that claim?
So Mr. Perry said that he had a great deal of information, that investigations had been done, that there was some sort of forensic type report that would be helpful to me. And I didn't know Congressman Perry. I'd never heard of him before this conversation, but I said, "Sir, if you've got something that you think is relevant to what the Justice Department's mission is, you should feel free to send it to me." And he did. And I was en route from New York to Washington. I got it. I looked at it on my iPhone. Obviously, I couldn't read the whole thing in transit like that, but I looked at it to get a feel for what it was, and then I forwarded it to the United States Attorney for the Western District of Pennsylvania.
Did they get back to you? What did they conclude?
Scott Brady looked at it. He was the Western District of Pennsylvania U.S. Attorney. Took him a couple days, but he got back in relatively short order with a pretty clear explanation for why there was no foundation for concern. The Secretary of State had not certified more votes than were actually cast. The difference between the 5.25 that was actually certified by the Secretary of State and the 5 million that was on a public-facing website was that the information on the website was incomplete because 4 counties had not uploaded their data.
So no credibility to that.
There was
claim.
0 to that, right?
During that call, did Scott Perry mention Mr. Clark, and what did he say about him, if so?
He did. He mentioned Mr. Clark. He said something to the effect of, I think Jeff Clark is great, and I think he's the kind of guy who could get in there and do something about this stuff. And this was coming on the heels of the president having mentioned Mr. Clark in the afternoon call earlier that day.
I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Vice Chair Cheney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kinzinger. I thank the gentleman for yielding. As we discussed earlier, at the center of Mr. Clark's plan to undo President Trump's election loss was a letter. Mr. Donahue, on December 28th, Mr. Clark emailed you and Mr. Rosen a draft letter that he wanted you to sign and send to Georgia state officials. You testified that this could have, quote, grave constitutional consequences. Mr. Donahue, can you tell us what you meant by that?
Well, I had to read both the email and the attached letter twice to make sure I really understood what he was proposing, because it was so extreme to me. I had a hard time getting my head around it initially. But I read it and I did understand it for what he intended. And I had to sit down and sort of compose what I thought was an appropriate response. I actually initially went next door to the acting AG's office, but he was not there. We were both on that email. I knew we would both have probably a very similar reaction to it. He was not in his office, so I returned to my office and I sat down to draft a response because I thought it was very important to give a prompt response rejecting this out of hand. There were, in my response, I explained a number of reasons this is not the department's role to suggest or dictate to state legislatures how they should select their electors. But more importantly, this was not based on fact. This was actually contrary to the facts as developed by department investigations over the last several weeks and months. So I responded to that, and for the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis, and I wanted to make sure that he understood the gravity of the situation because he didn't seem to really appreciate it.
And what was Mr. Clark's reaction when you sent this email to him?
He didn't respond directly to the email, but we met shortly after that. After I sent the email, the acting AG returned. I went to his office. He had just read it. He had a very similar reaction to me. He was exasperated, and he told me that he had told one of his administrative assistants to get Jeff Clark up here. We want to talk to him face to face about this. And so the three of us then had a meeting probably around 1800 that night in the Deputy Attorney General's conference room.
And one of the things that you said to Mr. Clark is, quote, what you are doing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election. And I assume you conveyed that to him as well in your meeting that evening?
Yes, in those very words. It was a very contentious meeting, but yes, that was said amongst other things.
And despite this contentious meeting and your strong reaction to the letter, did Mr. Clark continue to push his concept in the coming days?
He did, yes. We had subsequent meetings and conversations. The acting AG probably had more contact with him than I did, but between the 28th and the 2nd, when we had another in-person meeting, he clearly continued to move down this path. He began calling witnesses and apparently conducting investigations of his own. He got a briefing from DNI about purported foreign intelligence interference. And we thought perhaps once it was explained to him that there was no basis for that part of his concern, that he would retreat. But instead he doubled down and said, well, okay, so there's no foreign interference. I still think there are enough allegations out there that we should go ahead and send this letter, which shocked me even more than the initial one, because you would think after a couple of days of looking at this, he, like we, would have come to the same conclusion that it was completely unfounded.
And when you learned that he had been calling witnesses and conducting investigations on his own, did you confront him?
Yes.
And what was his reaction?
Got very defensive. You know, as I said, there were a series of conversations through that week. I certainly remember very specifically the conversation in the meeting on January 2nd. That got even more confrontational, but he was defensive and, similar to his earlier reaction when I said this is nothing less than Justice Department meddling in an election. His reaction was, I think a lot of people have meddled in this election. And so he kind of clung to that and then spewed out some of these theories, some of which we'd heard from the president, but others which were floating around the internet and media, and just kept insisting that the department needed to act and needed to send those letters.
The committee has also learned that Mr. Clark was working with another attorney at the department named Ken Klukowski, who drafted this letter to Georgia with Mr. Clark. Mr. Klukowski had arrived at the department on December 15th with just 36 days left until the inauguration. He was specifically assigned to work under Jeff Clark. And Mr. Klukowski also worked with John Eastman, who we showed you at our hearing last week was one of the primary architects of President Trump's scheme to overturn the election. The Georgia letter that we've been discussing specifically talks about some of Dr. Eastman's theories, including, quote, the purpose of the special session the department recommends would be for the General Assembly to determine whether the election failed to make a proper and valid choice between the candidates, such that the General Assembly could take whatever action is necessary to ensure that one of the slates of electors cast on December 14th will be accepted by Congress on January 6th. Committees also learned that the relationship between Dr. Eastman and Mr. Klukowski persisted after Mr. Klukowski joined the Justice Department. Let's take a look at an email recommending that Mr. Klukowski and Dr. Eastman brief Vice President Pence and his staff. Other recipients of this email included the Chief of Staff to Congressman Louis Gohmert. And the email says, as stated last week, I believe the Vice President and his staff would benefit greatly from a briefing by John and Ken. As I also mentioned, we want to make sure we don't overexpose Ken given his new position. This email suggests that Mr. Klukowski was simultaneously working with Jeffrey Clark to draft the proposed letter to Georgia officials to overturn their certified election, and working with Dr. Eastman to help pressure the Vice President to overturn the election. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today and for answering our questions about this letter and other issues. We asked Mr. Clark some of the same questions that we've asked you, and here's how he answered.
Did you discuss this draft letter to Georgia officials with the President of the United States?
Fifth, and executive privilege, again, just restated for the abundance of caution.
Okay, if you look again at the draft letter, in the first paragraph, second sentence says, the department will update you as we are able on investigatory progress, but at this time we have identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia. Isn't that in fact contrary to what Attorney General Barr had said on December 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
Now we will go to a recess here for 10 minutes. We watched as the former acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, the former acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue, and Stephen Engel, the former Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel, gave some of their testimony about Jeffrey Clark was the majority of the aim and how he was helping in this scheme to undermine the election, to help Donald Trump take the election away from the people. I want to bring in Karen Agnipolo from Legal AF and see what she thought of some of this testimony here. Karen, how are you? Your mic.
Hi.
Good.
Hi.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Great to see you. Wow. That's all I can say.
Yeah. So it seemed their aim was at Jeffrey Clark here and what his role and participation was in the scheme to have the Department of Justice pressured by Trump and his allies. Jeffrey Clark seeming to become one of the allies through this Congressman Scott Perry in this one of the parts of the 7 parts of the stool, I guess you could say, the legs of the stool, to try to overturn the election in the United States, even though there was no valid proof, there was no evidence of this. And they kept saying that to the president and even to Jeffrey Clark over and over again. What do you make of this testimony so far?
I mean, this to me is a painstaking factual analysis of everything that has happened leading up to the events of January 6th. And they're just really methodically going through things in extreme detail, which I think it takes effort and takes time. And you see how they're doing it with these witnesses who, by the way, are all Republicans, all appointed by Trump, right? Which is pretty remarkable. And you can tell that these aren't biased political people. These are real lawyers and people who care about the rule of law and the justice system. And they're just telling the facts. I mean, the fact that, Mr. Donahue had contemporaneous notes that he took, and because he took it so seriously. I mean, they're just really taking the time to show the proof of what happened. And it's clear to me that what they're doing is they are, again, spoon feeding the Department of Justice the facts they will need to bring various charges. I mean, when you think about what's going on here, clearly this is not, they don't have sort of, they're not the Department of Justice, right? They're not going to bring criminal charges. And so what is the purpose of these hearings?
Right.
Is it to inform them legislatively, or is it to inform them, the American people, of what they found? I mean, I'm sure there's multiple purposes, but I think one of them is to really show all of the lawyers and the FBI agents and everybody who's investigating this case on behalf of the Department of Justice that these are the potential facts and the relevant evidence that's admissible that you could use if you were going to bring various charges. So, there's lots of different possible charges, and there's been lots of commentary about, could he be prosecuted? Could Donald Trump be prosecuted for this or for that? And some of the charges do require that Trump had knowledge that this was all fake or false, or at least should have known. Not all of the potential charges require that, but some do. So, for example, conspiracy to defraud the United States. Sometimes that's commonly called a Klein conspiracy. You have to prove that Trump conspired to defeat Congress through fraud, deceit, or chicanery is a word that they use. So as long as there was evidence that he was told that this is a lie, or that there's not enough evidence to get to the jury, then the Department of Justice would be able to meet that part of the element of the crime that requires fraud, right? And that's why they're going through this exercise, I think, of proving that all these people knew it was false. All these people knew it was a lie, that there's no evidence to support it. And so did Donald Trump. And I think that's why they're going through this in such detail. Another possible charge is obstruction of an official proceeding or tampering with a witness.
Right. I think that's in the obstructive official proceeding. We see that in Judge Clark's letter, where he's talking about Eastman and Trump, and the emails back and forth correspondence on Eastman's professor email, his official email with the college that he was supposedly a professor at.
One would think, this is the easiest one to prove because he was trying to stop Pence, right? And there's no doubt that that's an official proceeding, and that he was trying to stop it or obstruct it. So one would think that's the easiest one to prove, but it requires that you act corruptly. Okay, that's so, and corruptly requires sort of a bad purpose. And so again, that's why they're showing all of this. I think another possible charge is, aiding or inciting an insurrection. And, that one, even if he believed he won, he can't do this, right? Like, even if he really thought this was true and he really thought he won and he thought there was fraud, that one is, I think, the one that is the most likely, if we can, get a link to the events. I think that one is the one that's going to have a lot of legs here for prosecution. This one is either you assist any rebellion or insurrection, or you give aid or comfort thereto. So this is a pretty strong argument because, this is the one where you'd say, when is an omission actionable, right? And he was in a position to stop it, right? He was in a position to stop it during those 187 minutes, but he didn't. And so he omitted to stop it. And that's going to be, kind of the analysis. And there's a whole line of cases that talk about that. There's no duty to, stop someone like, if someone's drowning in a pool, you don't have a duty to necessarily jump in and save the person, except if you're the only person and you're right there and you're in a position to do it safely, without danger to yourself, you kind of do have an obligation. There's case law that talks about when you have to do things and when you don't.
Let me bring in someone who has actually went after Trump, and also someone who gives us some very saucy language as well. Texas Paul and Jessica Denson. How are you? Jessica, I want to ask you a question first. Give us your view of the witness testimony so far.
Yeah, it's kind of jaw dropping, just the breadth of criminality that was being proposed from Jeff Clark. And when, as Karen was saying, these are not only Republicans, but Richard Donahue and Jeff Rosen were acting. I mean, these were not even Senate confirmed. This was like the lackey pool of who Trump thought would be loyalists at the end. Even these individuals were pushing back. And when real quickly, before it looks like they're coming back, Jeff Clark his proposed actions are just an example of what the sycophancy surrounding Donald Trump breeds. The lengths that people are willing to go to when the leader of the free world is a malignant narcissist who is signaling that he wants these things to be done. This is what we get. It's very dangerous.
Texas Paul, what was your quick reaction to the testimony so far from, as Jessica put it, the acting? Because they were acting as if, I think this was a key part of the Trump administration where they would have acting so that they didn't have to actually be Senate confirmed. But these three men sitting here seem to have some sense of the rule of law and democracy, thank goodness, because Jeffrey Clark did not, as they're pointing out. What did you make of some of that evidence against Clark, and then some of the notes that were taken with Trump?
Holy shit was the first thing that hit my mind. I mean, just so many different things that are going on here. First of all, you've got, Rosen and Donahue that cannot keep a bridle on Clark. I mean, ask Karen. So when the boss calls you in the offices and says, "What the hell are you doing? You've been going over my head to meet with the executives? Excuse me?" And he says, "Oh, I'm sorry, it'll never happen again." And then it happens again and again. And he finds out he's condemned. Ask Karen about that. This guy started an investigation on his own. I mean, Jesus Christ, how deep a cesspool is this guy stuck in at this point? He is in major trouble. There's a reason he was out in the middle of the night in his pajamas last night, because there's just no excuse for what he was doing. And then a little something I picked up on, Scott Perry, his big cheerleader that's hooking him up with Trump, openly says, "Hey, Meadows, I sent you something on Signal." That's a big no-no. Meadows is supposed to be talking on White House only systems. He's not supposed to be using Signal.
Yeah. Do people know what Signal is? I mean, I hate to say it. That's what, when you listen to wiretaps of people who are committing crimes, you hear them say things like, "Let's move this conversation to Signal." That is like, exhibit A right there that they had, that they were up to no good.
And Karen, go on, elaborate about how deep a shit you would be in if your boss told you, "Leave this alone. We've looked at this." and you went on anyways and started your own, utilized assets and started your own investigation.
Yeah, you're 1,000% right. I mean, but the problem is the big boss, the president, was the one who was directing this and
Exactly. He's
leading
the
it.
one that wanted it. Exactly.
Well, to that point though, is because Karen's been in a prosecutor's office, and having different prosecutors prosecuting different cases, different types of prosecutors, prosecuting different types of, cases that are inside their scope. But to have a congressman who is outside the Department of Justice basically install Jeffrey Clark, and not only Jeffrey Clark, but what seemed to be the push for this Ken Ku Klux Klananelli or Kowski. I'm not sure. Klukowski. Yes. The Ken.
But also to install someone in just those last few days.
Right.
It's just ridiculous. The only reason to do it is to do this illegal act. Anyway, they're coming back. We should.
Yeah, they're going to come back. Stick around for some afterthoughts.
Don't miss this. The last thing that I caught that I didn't miss is that my idiot congressman here in District 1, dumbass Louis Gohmert, was the one that tried to get Klukowski and Clark brought into Pence to convince Pence the DOJ was actually fighting this.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. We're going to go
Committee
back to the
will be
hearing.
in order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, around the time Mr. Clark was pushing for the department to send the Georgia letter, the president and his supporters were pressuring the Justice Department to take other actions to change the outcome of the 2020 election. Mr. Engel, you were the head of the Office of Legal Counsel. Can you first off explain your role? What is that?
Sure. One of the Attorney General's most important responsibilities is to provide legal advice to the President and to the executive branch. As a practical matter, given the responsibilities of the Attorney General, the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel exercises that job on a day-to-day basis. And so, in addition, the head of OLC often functions as a general counsel, essentially to the Attorney General, and so is often, the chief legal advisor to the AG, as well as, the White House and the executive branch more broadly.
So given that role, can you kind of describe your relationship with the president?
Well, in connection with my role at OLC, over the course of my tenure there were a number of instances in which folks at the White House would seek to bring me in to provide legal advice to the president, sometimes discussing the legal options that could be pursued among various policy to reach various policy objectives, sometimes to advise the president that a course of action that they had been discussing was not legally available.
So I want to ask you about two things the president asked you and the department to do. The first is reflected in this email that we're going to put on the screen. The president sent a draft lawsuit to be filed by the department in the Supreme Court. He wanted you, Mr. Rosen, and Mr. Cipollone specifically to review it. You and the department opposed filing it. We see on the screen here that the talking points that you actually drafted on that. So you stated that there is no legal basis to bring this lawsuit. Anyone who thinks otherwise simply doesn't know the law, much less the Supreme Court. Why was this the department's position?
Well, I mean, I think that it was the memo sort of speaks to this, but essentially this was a draft lawsuit that apparently was prepared by people outside the department. It would be styled as brought by the United States and by the acting Solicitor General as an original jurisdiction matter in the Supreme Court. It was a meritless lawsuit that was not something that the department could or would bring. Somebody obviously prepared it, handed it to the president, and he forwarded it on for our review. But that memo explains why the Department of Justice, as Mr. Donahue said earlier, doesn't have any standing to bring such a lawsuit. The lawsuit would have been untimely. The states had chosen their electors. The electors had been certified. They'd cast their votes. They'd been sent to Washington, D.C. Neither Georgia nor any of the other states on December 28th or whenever this was in a position to change those votes. Essentially, the election had happened. The only thing that hadn't happened was the formal counting of the votes. And so obviously, the person who drafted this lawsuit didn't really understand, in my view, the law and/or how the Supreme Court works or the Department of Justice. So it was just not something we were going to do. And the acting attorney general asked me to prepare a memo with talking points so that he could explain our reasons when he spoke with the president about this.
So would you say it was an unusual request?
Certainly, you said the request that the department file a lawsuit from drafted by outside lawyers was certainly an unusual request.
There was another issue you were asked to look into. In mid-December, did the White House ask Attorney General Barr to consider whether a special counsel could be appointed to look into election fraud issues?
Yes. I mean, I think the president was probably vocal at the time that he believed that special counsel was something that should be considered to look into election fraud. And there is a specific, request where the attorney general sought my legal advice in the middle of December.
And what was your conclusion? What conclusion did you reach?
So this request was whether the attorney general could appoint as a special counsel a state attorney general to conduct an investigation. I mean, as a legal matter, under federal law, the attorney general actually has fairly wide discretion to delegate prosecutorial authority, including to state prosecutors, which happens to assist the department, and not uncommonly, obviously, a state attorney general exercising prosecutorial authority on behalf of the Department of Justice would be fairly uncommon. When we looked at the issue, what we saw is actually that the state law, the state was Louisiana, that the state law precluded the Louisiana attorney general from accepting any position, any official position on behalf of the United States government. So that answered the question that it was not legally available.
So during your time at the department, was there ever any basis to appoint a special counsel to investigate President Trump's election fraud claims?
Well, neither Attorney General Barr nor Acting Attorney General Rosen did appoint a special counsel. You would appoint a special counsel when the department, when there's a basis for an investigation and the department essentially has a conflict of interest. It's important to get someone who's independent outside the department to handle such an investigation. Neither Attorney General Barr nor Acting Attorney General Rosen ever believed that that was appropriate or necessary in this case.
In fact, Attorney General Barr had already told the president that there was no need for this special counsel. He actually stated that publicly, and we'll see that here in a video from December 21st.
To the extent that there's an investigation, I think that it's being handled responsibly and professionally currently within the department. And to this point, I have not seen a reason to appoint a special counsel, and I have no plan to do so before I leave.
So remember that December 21st was the same day President Trump met with Republican members at the White House to strategize about how to overturn the election, while his attorney general is out telling the public, again, that there was no widespread evidence of election fraud. And yet, 2 days later, we have President Trump tweeting, again publicly pressuring the department to appoint a special counsel. He said, quote, "After seeing the massive voter fraud in the 2020 presidential election, I disagree with anyone that thinks a strong, fast, and fair special counsel is not needed immediately. This was the most corrupt election in the history of our country, and it must be closely examined." The Select Committee's investigation revealed that President Trump went as far as to promise the job of special counsel to now discredited former Trump campaign lawyer Sidney Powell at a late night meeting on December 18th.
And then on Friday, he had asked me to be special counsel to address the election issues and to collect evidence. And he was extremely frustrated with the lack of, I would call it, law enforcement by any of the government agencies that are supposed to act to protect the rule of law in our republic.
So let's think here, what would a special counsel do? With only days to go until election certification, it wasn't to investigate anything. An investigation led by a special counsel would just create an illusion of legitimacy and provide fake cover for those who would want to object, including those who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. All of President Trump's plans for the Justice Department were being rebuffed by Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, Mr. Engel, and others. The president became desperate entering into the new year with January 6th fast approaching. President Trump rushed back early from Mar-a-Lago on December 31st and called an emergency meeting with the department's leadership. Here's Mr. Donahue describing the last-minute meeting held at the White House on New Year's Eve.
The president was a little more agitated than he had been on the meeting, in the meeting on the 15th. He discussed a variety of election matters. He did say, this sounds like the kind of thing that would want an appointment of a special counsel. There was a point at which the president said something about, why don't you guys seize machines?
Mr. Rosen, the president asked you to seize voting machines from state governments. What was your response to that request?
That we had seen nothing improper with regard to the voting machines, and I told them that the real experts at that had been at DHS, and they had briefed us that they had looked at it and that there was nothing wrong with the voting machines, and so that was not something that was appropriate to do.
There would be no factual basis to seize machines. Mr. Donahue,
I don't think there was legal authority either.
Yeah, Mr. Donahue, can you explain what the president did after he was told that the Justice Department would not seize voting machines?
The president was very agitated by the acting attorney general's response. And to the extent that machines and the technology was being discussed, the acting attorney general said that the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, has expertise in machines and certifying them and making sure that the states are operating them properly. And since DHS had been mentioned, the president yelled out to his secretary, get Ken Cuccinelli on the phone. And she did in very short order. Mr. Cuccinelli was on the phone. He was the number 2 at DHS at the time. I was on the speakerphone, and the president essentially said, Ken, I'm sitting here with the acting attorney general. He just told me it's your job to seize machines, and you're not doing your job. And Mr. Cuccinelli responded.
Mr. Rosa, did you ever tell the president that the Department of Homeland Security could seize voting machines?
No, certainly not.
Mr. Donahue, during this meeting, did the president tell you that he would remove you and Mr. Rosen because you weren't declaring there was election fraud?
Toward the end of the meeting, the president, again, was getting very agitated, and he said, people tell me I should just get rid of both of you. I should just remove you and make a change in leadership, put Jeff Clark in, maybe something will finally get done. And I responded, as I think I had earlier in the December 27th call, Mr. President, you should have the leadership that you want, but understand, the United States Justice Department functions on facts, evidence, and law, and those are not going to change. So you can have whatever leadership you want, but the department's position is not going to change.
The president's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, was also present. Do you remember what his position was?
Pat was very supportive. Pat Cipollone, throughout these conversations, was extremely supportive of the Justice Department. He was consistent. I think he had an impossible job at that point, but he did it well, and he always sided with the Justice Department in these discussions.
So let's pause for a second. It's New Year's Eve. President Trump is talking about seizing voting machines and making the same demands that had already been shot down by former Attorney General Barr on at least 3 occasions, and by Mr. Rosen and Mr. Donahue on multiple other occasions. Claim after claim knocked down, but the president didn't care. The next day, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows sent a flurry of emails to you, Mr. Rosen, asking that the department look into a new set of allegations. We're going to put those emails here on the screen. Here we see 3 requests made on January 1st. One email is a request from Mr. Meadows to you, Mr. Rosen, to send Jeff Clark to Fulton County. What did you do with this request?
Well, really nothing. Certainly didn't send Mr. Clark to Fulton County, but that email was the first corroboration I had seen of Mr. Clark had told me at that point that the president was considering making the change by Monday, January 4th. So Mr. Meadows' email was something of a corroboration that there were discussions going on that I had been not been informed about by Mr. Clark or anybody else.
Interesting. The second request that you have is to have the Department of Justice lawyers investigate allegations of fraud related to New Mexico. Mr. Rosen, did you have concern about these emails?
Yes, really two concerns about that one. One was that it was coming from a campaign or political party, and it was really not our role to function as you know, an arm of any campaign for any party or any campaign. That wasn't our role, and that's part of why I had been unwilling to meet with Mr. Giuliani or any of the campaign people before. And the other part was, it was another one of these ones where lots of work had already been done, and I thought it was a rehash of things that had been debunked previously.
So the final email here included a completely baseless conspiracy theory that an Italian defense contractor uploaded software to a satellite that switched votes from Trump to Biden. The Select Committee investigation found that this wild, baseless conspiracy theory made it from the recesses of the internet to the highest echelons of our government. On December 31st, Mr. Meadows received this internet conspiracy theory from Representative Perry. On the screen now is the text that Representative Perry sent to Mr. Meadows, copying a YouTube link with the message, quote, "Why can't we just work with the Italian government?" The next day, the president's chief of staff sent the YouTube link to Mr. Rosen, who forwarded it to Mr. Donahue. Mr. Donahue, did you watch this video?
I did, Congressman.
How long was the video?
Approximately 20 minutes.
Let's just take a look at an excerpt of that video, if we may.
What's being said out of Rome, out of Italy, is that this was done in the U.S. Embassy. That there was a certain State Department guy whose name I don't know yet. I guess this is probably going to come out in Italy at some point. And he was the mastermind, not the mastermind, but anyway, the guy running the operation of changing the votes. And that he was doing this in conjunction with some support from MI6, the CIA, and this Leonardo group.
Mr. Donahue, what was your reaction when you watched that entire 20-minute video?
I emailed the acting attorney general and I said pure insanity, which was my impression of the video, which was patently absurd.
Mr. Rosen, you were asked by Mr. Meadows to meet with Mr. Johnson, who is the person in that video. What was your reaction to that request?
So ordinarily, I'd get an email like this and there was no phone call. It would just, you know, come over the transom. But this one, he called me, Mr. Meadows, and asked me to meet with Mr. Johnson. And I told him this whole thing about Italy had been debunked, and that should be the end of that. And I certainly wasn't going to meet with this person. And he initially seemed to accept that. He said, you know, well, why won't you meet with him? I said, because if he has real evidence, which this video doesn't show, he can walk into an FBI field office anywhere in the United States. There's 55 of them. And he said, okay. But then he called me back a few minutes later and complained and said, I didn't tell you, but this fellow Johnson is working with Rudy Giuliani, and Mr. Giuliani is really offended that you think they have to go to a FBI field office. That's insulting. So couldn't you just have the FBI or you meet with these guys? And by then I was somewhat agitated and told him that there was no way on earth that I was going to do that. I wasn't going to meet with Mr. Johnson. I certainly wasn't going to meet with Mr. Giuliani. I'd made that clear repeatedly, and said that's the end of that. You know, don't raise this with me again. And so, because Mr. Donahue and I had been exchanging our views about this, I think it was 7:13 on a Friday night of New Year's Day. I had run out of patience, and I sent the email that you're talking about, where I made pretty clear that I had no interest in doing anything further with this.
Just to button this up, Mr. Donahue, did you receive a follow-up call from a Department of Defense official about this conspiracy?
I did. I believe it was that same day.
Can you give details on that at all?
I received a telephone call from Kash Patel, who I know was a DOD official at that time, worked for, I believe, Acting Secretary of Defense Miller, and he didn't know much about it. He basically said, do you know anything about this Italy thing and what this is all about? And I informed him that the Chief of Staff had raised the issue with us in his office on December 29th, that we had looked into it a little bit. We had run the name that was provided to us by the Chief of Staff. I learned that that individual was in custody in Italy. He had been arrested for a cyber offense of some sort in Italy. The allegation was that he had been exfiltrating data from his company. He was either an employee or a contractor of that company, and he was in custody. That the whole thing was very, very murky at best, and the video was absurd. But that we, the department, were not going to have anything to do with it, and DOD should make up its own mind as to what they're going to do. But I made it clear to him that I didn't think it was anything worth pursuing.
He called the video absurd, and despite the absurdity of that conspiracy theory, we learned that Mr. Meadows discussed it frequently in the White House. And Mr. Meadows didn't let the matter go. The request went from the Department of Justice to the Secretary of Defense, Christopher Miller. As you'll hear, Secretary Miller actually reached out to a high-ranking official based in Italy to follow up on this claim.
The ask for him was, can you call out the defense attaché Rome and find out what the heck's going on? Because I'm getting all these weird, crazy reports, and probably the guy on the ground knows more than anything.
The Select Committee confirmed that a call was actually placed by Secretary Miller to the attaché in Italy to investigate the claim that Italian satellites were switching votes from Trump to Biden. This is one of the best examples of the lengths to which the President Trump would go to stay in power. Scouring the internet to support his conspiracy theories shown here, as he told Mr. Donahue in that December 27th call, quote, "You guys may not be following the internet the way I do." President Trump's efforts to this point had failed. Stonewalled by Mr. Rosen and Mr. Donahue, President Trump had only one option. He needed to make Clark acting Attorney General. Mr. Rosen, during a January 2nd meeting with Mr. Clark, did you confront him again about his contact with the president? And if so, can you describe that?
So at this point, Mr. Clark had told us that the president had asked him to consider whether he would be willing to replace me, supposedly on a timetable by Monday, the 4th. And so I had told Mr. Clark I thought he was making a colossal error in judgment, but I also hoped to persuade him to be more rational and to understood what we had understood, that there's not a factual basis for the fraud assertions that are being made. So at this meeting, Mr. Donahue and I met with Mr. Clark. And I guess my hopes were disappointed in that Mr. Clark continued to express view that he thought there was fraud, even though he had not been a participant in the department's review of that, and that he was dissatisfied that we knew what we were doing. So, but he had acknowledged that he had had further, I don't know if it was meeting or phone calls or what, but further discussion with the president, despite having, a week earlier said that if he wouldn't do that, and if he did, if he got an invitation to do that, he would let Rich Donahue or me know. So it was a contentious meeting where we were chastising him that he was insubordinate, he was out of line, he had not honored his own representations of what he would do. And he raised again that he thought that letter should go out, and we were not receptive to that.
Did he tell you in that the president had offered him the job of acting Attorney General?
That was a day later. On the 2nd, he said that the president had asked him to let him know if he'd be willing to take it. Subsequently, he told me that on Sunday the 3rd, he told me that the timeline had moved up and that the president had offered him the job and that he was accepting it.
Well, let's ask about that. What was your reaction to that?
Well, you know, on the one hand, I wasn't going to accept being fired by my subordinate, so I wanted to talk to the president directly. With regard to the reason for that is I wanted to try to convince the president not to go down the wrong path that Mr. Clark seemed to be advocating. And it wasn't about me. There's only 17 days left in the administration at that point. I would have been perfectly content to have either of the gentlemen on my left or right replace me if anybody wanted to do that. But I did not want for the Department of Justice to be put in a posture where it would be doing things that were not consistent with the truth, were not consistent with its own appropriate role, or were not consistent with the Constitution. So I did 4 things as soon as Mr. Clark left my office on that Sunday, the 3rd. Number 1, I called Mark Meadows and said I need to see the president right away. He was agreeable and set up a meeting for 6:15 that Sunday, so about 2 hours away. 2, I called Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel, told him what was going on, and he said he would go into the White House to make sure he was at the meeting and he would be supporting the Justice Department's position as he had been doing consistently. 3, I called Steve Engel, who was, I was at the department, it was a Sunday, but there had been some reasons I needed to be there. Mr. Engel, I called at home and asked him if he would come in and go to the meeting, which he did. It proved to be quite helpful. And then number 4, I asked Rich Donahue and Pat Hovakimian, who had previously been my chief of staff, to get the department's senior leadership on a call and let them know what was going on, and which they did. And then Eric Hirschman called me to tell me that he was going to go to the meeting and that he would be supporting the Department of Justice position as well. So I knew that the meeting was on course and that I would have a number of people supportive of the Department of Justice's approach and not supportive of Mr. Clark's approach.
Did Mr. Clark ask you to continue to stay at the department?
At that Sunday meeting, when he told me that he would be replacing me, he said that he had asked to see me alone because usually he had met with me and Mr. Donahue, because he thought it would be appropriate in light of what was happening to at least offer me that I could stay on as his deputy. I thought that was preposterous. I told him that was nonsensical and that there's no universe where I was going to do that, to stay on and support someone else doing things that were not consistent with what I thought should be done. So I didn't accept that offer, if I can put it that way.
And during that meeting, did Mr. Clark ask you to sign the Georgia letter?
That was on the Saturday meeting, January 2nd, that Mr. Donahue and I had with him. He again raised with both of us that he wanted us to both to sign that letter, actually.
So in that meeting, did Mr. Clark say he would turn down the president's offer if you reversed your position and signed the letter?
Yes.
Did Mr. Clark, so you still refused to sign and send that letter, I take it?
That's right. I think Mr. Donahue and I were both very consistent that there was no way we were going to sign that letter, and it didn't matter what Mr. Clark's proposition was in terms of his own activities. We were not going to sign that letter as long as we were in charge of the Justice Department.
Thank you for that, by the way. Mr. Donahue, were you expecting to have to attend a meeting at the White House on Sunday, January 3rd?
No, as the acting AG indicated, we had a meeting that afternoon that related to preparations for January 6th. So I was at the department, but I had no expectation of leaving the department. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I was there in civilian clothes, as we both were, and expected to have that meeting, do some other work, but I had no expectation of going to the White House that day.
So let's ask, so prior to that Oval Office meeting, did you set up a conference call with senior leadership at the department? And if so, tell us about that call.
Yes, so obviously it was a bit of a scramble that afternoon to prepare for the Oval Office meeting. We had discussed on several occasions, the acting attorney general and I, whether we should expand the circle of people who knew what was going on. It was very important that Steve Engel know, and that's why I reached out to Steve on December 28th, because if Mr. Rosen were removed from the seat and the president did not immediately appoint someone else to serve as attorney general, just by function of the department's chain of succession, Mr. Engel would be in the seat. We wanted to make sure he knew what was going on should that occur. So the three of us knew. We also brought Pat Hovakimian in, so the four of us knew. But no one else, aside from Jeff Clark, of course, knew what was going on until late that Sunday afternoon. We chose to keep a close hold because we didn't want to create concern or panic in the Justice Department leadership. But at this point, I asked the acting AG, what else can I do to help prepare for this meeting at the Oval Office? And he said, you and Pat should get the AAGs on the phone, and it's time to let them know what's going on. Let's find out what they may do if there's a change in leadership, because that will help inform the conversation at the Oval Office. Pat Hovakimian subsequently set up that meeting. We got most, not all, but most of the AAGs on the phone. We very quickly explained to them what the situation was. I told them, I don't need an answer from you right now. I don't need an answer in this phone call, but if you have an answer, I need it in the next few minutes. So call me, email me, text me, whatever it is. If you know what you would do if Jeff Clark is put in charge of the department. And immediately Eric Dryben, who was the AAG of the Civil Rights Division, said, I don't need to think about it. There's no way I'm staying. And then the other AAGs began to chime in turn, and all essentially said they would leave. They would resign en masse if the president made that change in the department leadership.
Incredible. I'd like to look at the assistant attorney generals on the screen. If we can pull that up, have their pictures. Did every assistant attorney general you spoke to, as you said, agree to resign?
Macon Delrahim was not on the call only because we had some difficulty reaching him. But yes, the other people on the screen were on the call, and all without hesitation said that they would resign.
So as part of the Select Committee's investigation, we found out while Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, and Mr. Engel were preparing for their meeting at the White House, Jeff Clark and the president were in constant communication beginning at 7 a.m. White House call logs obtained by the committee show that by 4:19 p.m. on January 3rd, the White House had already begun referring to Mr. Clark as the acting attorney general. As far as the White House was concerned, Mr. Clark was already at the top of the Justice Department. 2 hours later, DOJ leadership arrived at the White House. The Select Committee interviewed every person who was inside the room during this Sunday evening Oval Office meeting. Mr. Cipollone told the committee that he was, quote, unmistakably angry during the meeting, and that he, along with Eric Hirschman and Mr. Donahue, quote, forcefully challenged Mr. Clark to produce evidence of his election fraud theories. Mr. Rosen, can you describe how that meeting started?
Yes. So after some preliminaries, so Mr. Meadows had ushered us all in, and then he left. So Mr. Cipollone did some introductions and things. So after some preliminaries, the president turned to me and he said, well, one thing we know is you, Rosen, you aren't going to do anything. You don't even agree with the claims of election fraud. And this other guy at least might do something. And then I said, well, Mr. President, you're right that I'm not going to allow the Justice Department to do anything to try to overturn the election. That's true. But the reason for that is because that's what's consistent with the facts and the law. And that's what's required under the Constitution. So that's the right answer and a good thing for the country. And therefore, I submit it's the right thing for you, Mr. President. And that kicked off another 2 hours of discussion in which everyone in the room was in one way or another making different points, but supportive of my approach for the Justice Department and critical of Mr. Clark.
So at some point, Mr. Donahue comes in the room. Can you explain what led to him coming in the room?
Oh, I forgot about that. So initially, in part, I think because he was underdressed, we had not arranged, we had not yet told the president that he was going to come in. The White House had a list of who would be there that did include Mr. Engel and the White House counsel and the deputy White House counsel, Mr. Hirschman. We went in and then we told the president at, maybe 10 minutes into the meeting or something, I forget how far in, Mr. Donahue was outside and he said, "We'll bring him in." And then Mr. Donahue came in and joined the meeting.
So, Mr. Donahue, you enter that room. Can you set the scene for us and describe the tone you walked into?
Yes, but if I could just back up one moment, Congressman, because you put the pictures up on the screen of the AAGs. I just want to make clear, one of the AAGs who was not on the screen was John Demers. John was the National Security Division AAG. John was on the call, but I prefaced the call by saying, John, we need you to stay in place. National security is too important. We need to minimize the disruption. Whether you resign is entirely up to you, obviously, and we'll respect your decision either way, but I'm asking you, please stay in place. And he did, so I don't want to leave the impression that he was not willing to resign, because I think he was.
Thank you.
So with regard to entering the Oval Office, I was sitting in the hallway. An administrative assistant passed by. She asked me, "Are you supposed to be in this meeting with the president?" I said, "No, I'm simply here in case questions come up that other people don't have the answer to." And she walked away and then came back probably 30 seconds later and said, "The president wants you in the meeting." I proceeded into the Oval Office. I took probably 2 or 3 steps in and I stopped because I was, as the AG said, not exactly properly attired. I was wearing jeans and muddy boots and an Army t-shirt, and I never would arrive in the Oval Office this way. I said, "Mr. President, I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was going to be here." And he said, no, just come in. And so I went in. I attempted to take a seat on one of the couches that are behind the chairs arrayed in front of the president's desk. And he said, "Oh, no, you're going to be up here." And everyone kind of laughed. And they moved the chairs a little bit. Someone from the White House counsel's office picked up a spare chair and put it directly in front of the president, and I took that seat.
Was there discussion about Mr. Clark? Can you kind of enlighten some of what that discussion was?
Yes. So the conversation at this point had moved beyond the specific allegations, whether it was State Farm Arena or Antrim County or Pennsylvania or whatever. We had discussed those repeatedly, and that was backdrop to the conversation. But the conversation at this point was really about whether the president should remove Jeff Rosen and replace him with Jeff Clark. And everyone in the room, I think, understood that that meant that letter would go out. So that was the focus. It was about a 2.5-hour meeting after I entered. And so there were discussions about the pros and cons of doing that. Early on, the president said, "What do I have to lose?" And it was actually a good opening because I said, "Mr. President, you have a great deal to lose." And I began to explain to him what he had to lose, and what the country had to lose and what the department had to lose. And this was not in anyone's best interest. That conversation went on for some time. Everyone essentially chimed in with their own thoughts, all of which were consistent about how damaging this would be to the country, to the department, to the administration, to him personally. And at some point, the conversation turned to whether Jeff Clark was even qualified, competent to run the Justice Department, which in my mind, he clearly was not. And it was a heated conversation. I thought it was useful to point out to the president that Jeff Clark simply didn't have the skills, the ability, and the experience to run the department. And so I said, "Mr. President, you're talking about putting a man in that seat who has never tried a criminal case, who's never conducted a criminal investigation. He's telling you that he's going to take charge of the department, 115,000 employees, including the entire FBI, and turn the place on a dime and conduct nationwide criminal investigations that will produce results in a matter of days. It's impossible. It's absurd. It's not going to happen, and it's going to fail." He has never been in front of a trial jury, a grand jury. He's never even been to Chris Wray's office. I said at one point, if you walked into Chris Wray's office, one, would you know how to get there? And two, if you got there, would you even know who you are? Do you really think that the FBI is going to suddenly start following your orders? It's not going to happen. He's not competent. And that's the point at which Mr. Clark tried to defend himself by saying, well, I've been involved in very significant civil and environmental litigation. I've argued many appeals in appellate courts and things of that nature. And then I pointed out that, yes, he was an environmental lawyer. I didn't think that was appropriate background to be running in the United States Justice Department.
Did anybody in there support Mr. Clark?
No one.
Mr. Rosen, it was you he was going to replace. So what was your view about the president's plan to appoint Mr. Clark?
Well, as I alluded to earlier, the issue really wasn't about me. It would have been fine, as I said, to have had Rich Donahue replace me. I would have said, great, I get 17 days vacation or something. But the issue was the use of the Justice Department. And it's just so important that the Justice Department adhere to the facts and the law. That's what it's there to do. And that's what our constitutional role was. And so if the Justice Department gets out of the role that it's supposed to play, that's really bad for our country. And I don't know of a simpler way to say that. And when you damage our fundamental institutions, it's not easy to repair them. So I thought this was a really important issue to try to make sure that the Justice Department was able to stay on the right course.
Mr. Donahue, did you eventually tell the president that mass resignations would occur if he installed Mr. Clark and what the consequences would be?
Yes, so this was in line with the president saying, what do I have to lose? Along those lines, he said, so suppose I do this. So suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What would you do? And I said, Mr. President, I would resign immediately. I'm not working 1 minute for this guy, who I had just declared was completely incompetent. And so the president immediately turned to Mr. Engel, and he said, Steve, you wouldn't resign, would you? And he said, absolutely, I would, Mr. President. You leave me no choice. And then I said, and we're not the only ones. No one cares if we resign. If Steve and I go, that's fine. It doesn't matter. But I'm telling you what's going to happen. You're going to lose your entire department leadership. Every single AAG will walk out on your entire department leadership will walk out within hours. And I don't know what happens after that. I don't know what the United States attorneys are going to do. We have U.S. attorneys in districts across the country. And my guess would be that many of them would have resigned. And that would then have led to resignations across the department in Washington. And I said, Mr. President, within 24, 48, 72 hours, you could have hundreds and hundreds of resignations of the leadership of your entire Justice Department because of your actions. What's that going to say about you?
Wow. Mr. Engel, can you describe what your reaction was to that?
Yeah, no, I think when the president, my recollection is that when the president turned to me and said, Steve, you wouldn't leave, would you? I said, Mr. President, I've been with you through 4 attorneys general, including 2 acting attorney general, but I couldn't be part of this. And then the other thing that I said was that, look, all anyone is going to sort of think about when they see this, no one is going to read this letter. All anyone is going to think is that you went through 2 attorneys general in 2 weeks until you found the environmental guy to sign this thing. And so the story is not going to be that the Department of Justice has found massive corruption that would have changed the results of the election. It's going to be the disaster of Jeff Clark. And I think at that point, Pat Cipollone said, yeah, this is a murder-suicide pact, this letter.
And I would note too, Congressman, that it was in this part of the conversation where Steve pointed out that Jeff Clark would be left leading a graveyard. And that comment clearly had an impact on the president. The leadership will be gone. Jeff Clark will be left leading a graveyard.
Again, the premise that, which as Mr. Donahue has said, but that Mr. Clark could come in and take over the Department of Justice and do something different was just an absurd premise. And all he was doing, Mr. Clark, by putting himself forward, was blowing himself up. And, if the president were to have gone that course, it would have been a grievous error for the president as well.
Mr. Cipollone, the White House counsel, told the committee that Mr. Engel's response had a noticeable impact on the president, that this was a turning point in the conversation. Mr. Donahue, towards the end of this meeting, did the president ask you what was going to happen to Mr. Clark?
He did. When we finally got to I would say the last 15 minutes of the meeting, the president's decision was apparent. He announced it. Jeff Clark tried to scrape his way back and asked the president to reconsider. The president doubled down, said, no, I've made my decision. That's it. We're not going to do it. And then he turned to me and said, so what happens to him now? Meaning Mr. Clark. And he understood that Mr. Clark reported to me. And I didn't initially understand the question. I said, Mr. President, and he said, are you going to fire him? And I said, I don't have the authority to fire him. He's a Senate-confirmed Assistant Attorney General. And he said, well, who has the authority to fire him? And I said, only you do, sir. And he said, well, I'm not going to fire him. I said, all right, well, then we should all go back to work.
Did you get a call from the president later that night?
I did, I don't know, probably 90 minutes later or something like that.
What was that about?
The president, at this point, we left the White House, reconvened at the department. I left the department. I was back in my apartment. My cell phone rang. It was the president, and he had information about a truck supposedly full of shredded ballots in Georgia that was in the custody of an ICE agent whose name he had. I told him that ICE was part of Department of Homeland Security. I had heard about this. If Department of Homeland Security needed our assistance, we of course would provide it. But it was really up to DHS to make a call if their agent was involved. And he said, fine, I understand. Can you just make sure that Ken, meaning Ken Cuccinelli, knows about this? I said, fine, I would pass that along to him. I eventually contacted Ken Cuccinelli later that evening, and I said, this is what the president told me. If you guys have anything you think should be brought to our attention, let me know. And he said, thank you, and that was it.
Mr. Cipollone left the meeting convinced the president would not appoint Mr. Clark, but he didn't think the president had actually accepted the truth about the election. Sure enough, all the same debunked theories appeared in his speech at the Ellipse 3 days later.
In the state of Arizona, over 36,000 ballots were illegally cast by non-citizens. 11,600 more ballots and votes were counted, more than there were actual voters. You see that? In Wisconsin, corrupt Democrat-run cities deployed more than 500 illegal, unmanned, unsecured drop boxes, which collected a minimum of 91,000 unlawful votes.
Mr. Donahue, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Engel, and others stopped President Trump's efforts, at least temporarily. Yet the message President Trump and his Republican allies pushed throughout December made its way to his supporters anyway. And they kept up the pressure campaign on the way to storming the Capitol on January 6th. Mr. Rosen, were you at the Department of Justice on January 6th?
Yes, I was there all day.
Once the Capitol was under attack, I understand that you communicated with fellow cabinet members and Capitol Hill leadership. Can you tell us who you spoke to?
Yeah, I was basically on the phone virtually nonstop all day. Some calls with our own DOJ folks, some with cabinet counterparts at DHS and Defense and the Interior, some with senior White House officials, and with a number of congressional leaders. I received calls from Speaker Pelosi, from Leader McCarthy, from Leader Schumer. I believe Leader McConnell's chief of staff called, a number of other members of Congress as well. And the basic thrust of the calls with the members of Congress was, there's a dire situation here, and can you help? And I reported to them that we were, on a very urgent basis, sending help from the department. We wound up sending over 500 agents and officers from FBI, ATF, and the U.S. Marshals to assist with restoring order at the Capitol. So had a number of calls. As I say, it was more or less nonstop all afternoon.
Did you speak to the vice president that day?
Yes, twice.
No, please go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the first call was a one-on-one discussion, somewhat akin to the congressional leadership calls, updating him on what we were doing to assist. And the second call was a conference call around 7 o'clock with the vice president, congressional leaders, senior White House staff, some other cabinet officials to address that order appeared to be close to being restored, but security still being determined. And the question being, what time could the Congress reassemble? And the answer was 8 o'clock. And thankfully, Congress did reassemble and complete its constitutional duty. There was one highlight of that second call with the vice president, which is Mr. Donahue had gone to the rotunda of the Capitol to be able to give firsthand account and was able to tell the folks on the call, including the vice president, that we thought 8 o'clock would work.
Did you speak to the president on January 6th?
No, I spoke to a number of senior White House officials, but not the president.
Mr. Donahue, on January 6th, we know from Mr. Rosen that you helped in the effort to reconvene the joint session. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We see here in a video that we're going to play now, you arriving with your security detail to help secure the Capitol. Mr. Donahue, 30 minutes after you arrived at the Capitol, did you lead a briefing for the vice president?
I'm not sure exactly what the time frame was, but I did participate in the call and participate in briefing the vice president as well as the congressional leadership that night. Yes.
And where'd you conduct that call at?
I was in an office. I'm not entirely sure where it was. My detail found it because of the acoustics in the rotunda were such that it wasn't really conducive to having a call. So they found an office. We went to that office, and I believe I participated in 2 phone calls, one at 1800 and one at 1900 that night from that office.
What time did you actually end up leaving the Capitol?
I waited until the Senate was back in session, which I believe they were gabbled in a few minutes after 8 p.m. And once they were back in session and we were confident that the entire facility was secured and cleared, that there were no individuals hiding in closets or under desks, that there were no IEDs or other suspicious devices left behind, I left minutes later. I was probably gone by 8:30.
And Mr. Donahue, did you ever hear from President Trump that day?
No, like the AG, the acting AG, I spoke to Pat Cipollone and Mark Meadows and the vice president and the congressional leadership, but I never spoke to the president that day.
So in today's hearing, we've showcased the efforts of the Americans before us to stand up for democracy. Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue stayed steadfastly committed to the oath they take as officials in the Department of Justice. On January 6th itself, they assisted during the attack while our commander-in-chief stayed silent. Their bravery is a high moment in the sordid story of what led to January 6th. My colleagues and I up here also take an oath. Some of them failed to uphold theirs and instead chose to spread the big lie. Days after the tragic events of January 6th, some of these same Republican members requested pardons in the waning days of the Trump administration. 5 days after the attack on the Capitol, Representative Mo Brooks sent the email on the screen now. As you see, he emailed the White House, quote, pursuant to a request from Matt Gaetz, requesting a pardon for Representative Gaetz, himself, and unnamed others. Witnesses told the Select Committee that the president considered offering pardons to a wide range of individuals connected to the president. Let's listen to some of that testimony.
And was Representative Gaetz requesting a pardon?
Believe so. The general tone was, we may get prosecuted because we were defensive of, the president's positions on these things. The pardon that he was requesting, was as broad as you could describe. From the beginning, I remember he's from the beginning of time up until today, for any and all things. He mentioned Nixon, and I said Nixon's pardon was never nearly that broad.
And are you aware of any members of Congress seeking pardons?
I guess Mr. Gates and Mr. Brooks, I know have both advocated for there to be a blanket pardon for members involved in that meeting and a handful of other members that weren't at the December 21st meeting as the preemptive pardons. Mr. Gates was personally pushing for a pardon, and he was doing so since early December. I'm not sure why. Mr. Gates would reach out to me to ask if he could have a meeting with Mr. Meadows about receiving a presidential pardon. They all contact you? Not all of them, but several of them did. So you mentioned Mr. Gates, Mr. Brooks. Mr. Gates did. Mr. Jordan talked about congressional pardons, but he never asked me for one. It was more for an update on whether the White House is going to pardon members of Congress. Mr. Gomer asked for one as well. Mr. Perry asked for a pardon too. I'm sorry. Mr. Perry, did he start crossing correctly? Yes, he did. Did Marty Cherubini contact you? No, she didn't contact me about it. I heard that she asked White House Counsel Office for a pardon from Mr. Philbin, but I didn't frequently communicate with Ms. Green.
Are you aware of any conversations or communications regarding the possibility of giving Congressman Matt Gaetz a pardon?
I know he had asked for it, but I don't know if he ever received one or what happened with it.
How do you know that Congressman Gaetz asked for a pardon?
He told me.
Tell us about that.
He told me he'd asked Meadows for a pardon.
Were you involved in or did you witness any conversations about the possibility of a blanket pardon for everyone involved in January 6th?
I had heard that mentioned. Yeah.
Do you know whether the president had any conversations about potentially pardoning any family members?
I know he had hinted at a blanket pardon for the January 6th thing for anybody, but I think he had for all the staff and everyone involved, not with January 6th, but just before he left office, I know he had talked about that.
The only reason I know to ask for a pardon is because you think you've committed a crime. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to these questions. Without objection, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Justice Department lawyers are not the president's personal lawyers. We count on them to be on the side of the law and to defend the best interest of the United States, not the best interest of any political campaign. That's how it's been since the department was founded soon after the Civil War. Justice Department lawyers are supposed to play it 100% straight. President Trump tried to erase his loss at the ballot box by parachuting an unqualified man into the top job at Justice. It was a power play to win at all costs with no regard for the will of the American people. It was about ignoring millions of votes. Ignore them, throw them out, label them fraudulent, corrupt, illegal, whatever. Facts were clearly just an inconvenience. From the Oval Office, President Trump urged others to bring his big lie to life. He begged, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman. He didn't care what the department's investigations proved. What good were facts when they would only confirm his loss? And it's no surprise that all the far-out, fully fabricated, whack job conspiracy theories collapsed under even the slightest scrutiny. That insanity went from the internet to the highest levels of government in no time. The bottom line, the most senior leadership of the Justice Department, from Attorney General Bill Barr to Jeff Rosen, his successor and his deputy Rich Donahue, everyone except Jeff Clark, was telling President Trump the very same thing. The conspiracy theories were false. The allegation of a stolen election was a lie. The data left no room for doubt, nothing to question. And the Constitution left no room for President Trump to change the outcome of the election. But we're here today because the facts were irrelevant to President Trump. It was about protecting his very real power and very fragile ego, even if it required recklessly undermining our entire electoral system by wildly casting baseless doubt upon it. In short, he was willing to sacrifice our republic to prolong his presidency. I can imagine no more dishonorable act by a president. We owe a great debt of gratitude to these men you've heard from here today. Real leaders who stood for justice when it was in grave peril, who put their country first when the leader of the free world demanded otherwise. They threatened to resign rather than corrupt our democracy. And thanks largely to each of them, President Trump's coup failed. Contrast that to Jeff Clark, who would do exactly what the president wanted. Say there was massive fraud, forget the facts, and leave the rest to President Trump's congressional friends. Mr. Clark refused to cooperate with this committee. He pled the fifth over 125 times. Why risk self-incrimination? And President Trump's congressional friends, some of them are angling for pardons. They knew that every bit of what they did was a lie and it was wrong. That's all the more reason to respect those who came here to testify today. We thank them for their unflinching service in the face of incredible pressure. As it said, the only thing necessary for evil to succeed is good men to do nothing. Thankfully, there were good people in the Department of Justice. You heard from other good people too on Tuesday. They too defended us. But I'm still worried that not enough has changed to prevent this from happening again. The oath that we take has to mean something. It has to cut to the core of who we are and be the driving force of our service to this nation. We on this committee, we may be able to shine light on the darkness, but that is not enough. It's now up to every American, now and in the future, to stand for truth, to reject the lies wherever we confront them, in our towns, in our capitals, in our friendships, in our families, and at the ballot box, and within our own minds and hearts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I again want to thank the witnesses for being here today. After today, I suspect that there will be some who label you agents of the deep state or something else conspiratorial or nonsensical, meant to justify ignoring what you've said today, ignoring the facts. That may be the short-term cost of acting honorably and telling the truth, but your actions should have an important long-term impact. They will help keep us on the course set by the framers of our Constitution. Let me paraphrase the words of John Adams and others. Whether ours shall continue to be a government of laws and not of men is ultimately for the American people to decide. And let me also today make a broader statement to millions of Americans who put their trust in Donald Trump. In these hearings so far, you've heard from more than a dozen Republicans who've told you what actually happened in the weeks before January 6th. You will hear from more in the hearings to come. Several of them served Donald Trump and his administration, others in his campaign. Others have been conservative Republicans for their entire careers. It can be difficult to accept that President Trump abused your trust, that he deceived you. Many will invent excuses to ignore that fact. But that is a fact. I wish it weren't true, but it is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Again, I thank our witnesses and thank my colleagues for this hearing. As we conclude our 5th hearing in this series, I want to remind the American people of a few things the committee has shown. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. Top Republican officials who supported Trump knew that he lost and told him he lost. Trump knew he lost. Those who say the election was affected by widespread voter fraud are lying. They were lying in 2020, they were lying in 2021, and indeed, they are lying today. Donald Trump went to court. That's the right any candidate seeking to challenge the outcome of an election must do. Donald Trump lost in court dozens and dozens of times. He lost in part because there was no evidence that voter fraud had any impact on the results of the election. To borrow a phrase from our witness earlier this week, Mr. Bowers, all he had was theories and no evidence. As I've said, if you're running for office in the United States, that's the end of the line. You accept the court's judgment, you concede the race, you respect the rule of law and the will of the voters. But for Donald Trump, that wasn't the end of the line, not even close. The voters refused to keep him in office. The courts refused to keep him in office, but he continued to lie. And he went in search of anyone who would go along with his scheme. And we've shown today, he pressured the Justice Department to act as an arm of his reelection campaign. He hoped law enforcement officials would give the appearance of legitimacy to his lies, so he and his allies had some veneer of credibility when they told the country that the election was stolen. Earlier this week, we showed how Donald Trump brought the weight of the presidency down on local and state officials who are trying to do their jobs and ultimately did. They investigated his claims and found them to be false. And then they endured Trump's pressure campaign at great risk to themselves and their loved ones. And of course, there was a scheme to get the former Vice President, Mike Pence, to violate the law and the Constitution by rejecting the Electoral College votes on January 6th and blocking the peaceful transfer of power. I mentioned the former Vice President last because, as we showed, when he refused to bow to the pressure in those critical moments on January 6th, there was a backup plan for stopping the transfer of power. The mob and their vile threats. Up to this point, we've shown the inner workings of what was essentially a political coup, an attempt to use the powers of the government from the local level all the way up to overturn the results of the election, find me the votes, send fake electors, just say the election was corrupt. Along the way, we saw threats of violence. We saw what some people were willing to do in the service of the nation, the Constitution, no, in service of Donald Trump. When the Select Committee continues this series of hearings, we're going to show how Donald Trump tapped into the threat of violence, how he summoned the mob to Washington, and how, after corruption and political pressure failed to keep Donald Trump in office, violence became the last option. Our investigation is ongoing. Those hearings have spurred an influx of new information that the committee and our investigators are working to assess. We are committed to presenting the American people with the most complete information possible. That will be our aim when we reconvene in the coming weeks. The chair, however, requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
And there you have it. Day 5, Thursday, June 23rd of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. You see the Select Committee exiting the room. We will be bringing in a panel. Some bombshell testimony, not just from the witnesses that were sworn in. Jeffrey Rosen, the former acting attorney general. Richard Donahue, the former acting deputy attorney general. And Stephen Engel, the former assistant attorney general for the Office of Legal Counsel. We also viewed testimony from White House staff that there was a line for pardons. They named names of members of Congress who were looking and seeking pardons, not just once, but on several occasions. And I guess the question would be, if someone's looking for a pardon, what did they do to see that it's necessary to seek a pardon? Some of the names that appear in this pardon line are Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Scott Perry. We also had the likes of Mo Brooks, Andy Biggs, and Louis Gohmert on the short list of members of Congress who were seeking a pardon. I want to bring in a few of my guests here to get some commentary on the situation at hand here in the room. I have Jessica Denson. I have Karen Agnipolo of Legal AF. I have the Mighty favorite, Texas Paul, and political strategist David Bender. How are you? What did you guys think of this this end of this witness testimony? I'll start here with Jessica at the top. Jessica, what did you find most interesting? Was it the pardons? Because I know you actually, I think you know some of the folks that were talking about the pardons even. Is that right?
Yeah, if you notice one of the last witnesses, it was Johnny McEntee. Now, if you don't recall Johnny McEntee was escorted off of White House ground by Secret Service early in the Trump administration for an investigation into financial crimes. John Kelly had him removed. And this was one of the true Trump lackeys and loyalists who was brought back in 2020 as Trump was refilling the White House with the most willing to do anything for him. And so this John McEntee is somebody I happen to know from the campaign. He was a body man for Trump's body man. I think of him more as Trump's pretty boy, but this guy never liked me, that's for sure. He was very much part of a boys club that actually, I just found this out in a deposition with our human resources director. I had known that when this slander campaign against me was going on, they were asking Secret Service to be on a lookout for me. And I learned just last week that it was John McEntee who asked the human resources director to send my picture to be circulated to Secret Service as, I guess, a threat. But anyway, this is the guy who is looped in. We were talking about this last week, or maybe even before, about the impropriety of the individuals who are looped into these conversations about pardons. Johnny McEntee is most certainly not an individual qualified to be part of a pardon conversation. But yes, going to what you were saying, obviously you don't ask for a pardon unless you know you've been involved in criminal behavior and you're concerned that you're going to have criminal liability. And we just saw a truckload of criminal attempted criminal behavior by means of the Justice Department. We started off this morning talking about how the Justice Department was turned on its head. And I'm sure Karen can tune in to just how illegal so much of these efforts were coming from the DOJ, pushback from the witnesses, but led by an actual attorney in the DOJ that Trump wanted and listed in the White House before any appointment was made as an acting attorney general to fulfill his will.
So I want to warn everybody, I am watching a mic here on the side. We've had some sometimes, and I actually, Adam Kinzinger is speaking, so I'm going to go back to the feed here to hear what Adam Kinzinger has to say.
Tony, we're not hearing him.
There we go.
Overcome the
Is that
will of the
better?
people. It was powerful. And I hope that people can look at that and understand, again, the attempt was to take away your vote, no matter who you voted for. And we also saw, of course, finally some evidence about some of the members of Congress that have sought pardon. So this is yet just another piece in our story. We're continuing to get new information. And certainly we look forward to whenever the next hearings come out. I won't go any deeper than what we've presented, but look, all I know is if you're innocent, you're probably not going to go out and seek a pardon. So we'll let them speak to that, and they can answer those questions. Over here. I'm not going to say if that's the extent or not. I'm going to say that's what we presented today, and we'll go from there.
If the House is not going
Well, I mean, again, it's always good to have information from that perspective. We were able to have an informal interview with him. We got some information. We do still hope, as this investigation is ongoing, that it'll come in and do on the record, on video interview. Yeah, over here.
If members of the House don't resign, which looks like they won't, what consequences should there be if House Republicans aren't going to help expel these members? What consequences should any of them face?
Well, it's a decision every member makes. You know, the thing about in politics is a lot of the times there's no kind of rule enforcement or anything. It's all a matter of you have to go and talk to your constituents. And I think some of this information is out there. The bottom line, though, is this. The only way a democracy survives, is if you believe that you will vote and that vote will count whether you win or lose. The former president convinced a significant amount of the country that their vote didn't count, and it's why you see violence. He also convinced a significant number of people that there were all these ways, including through the Department of Justice, to invalidate an election. That is dangerous for the survival of this country. And our committee, filled with Republicans and Democrats on the right and on the left and in between, can work together to defend democracy. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Tony, you're muted.
Karen, let me go to you real quick about these pardons. I think it's important that we get an idea, especially from a prosecutor standpoint, of what it means when someone's trying to seek immunity from a crime that they may have committed, whether they knowingly committed it or not. I guess when you're seeking a pardon, you probably know it or not.
Well, so the more normal way the pardon system works, and just let's be frank, all presidents have the pardon power and always have, and it's part of the presidency. It's the same thing with governors, right? Every governor also can do that. And the way the process typically works is someone has been convicted of a crime and after the fact has shown that they've either turned their life around or that they've done really good things, et cetera. And often governors or presidents will then pardon that person after the fact, after they've been convicted of a crime. This sort of pardon in advance for future crimes is much less common. It is something that presidents can do. And, I think there's two schools of thought. I know a lot of people are saying, well, only if you were guilty would you ever ask for a pardon or you did something wrong. But there's another school of thought that perhaps the political landscape is such that is so acrimonious and it's so divided, and we are so divided as a country that, Trump's been sounding the kind of gong, all along saying it's a witch hunt, witch hunt, witch hunt. And so I think a lot of people in his world and his orbit believe that that these are witch hunts. And so they just want to get pardoned so that they can't possibly get prosecuted for these things. I mean, is it evidence that they're guilty of a crime, or they think they committed a crime? Or is it just more proof that they feel they were pushing the envelope and they think that the world is so divided that they want to do this in advance? You know, I think there are two schools of thought there, but that's sort of what the pardon situation is. But, you know, I will tell you, I used to be the person at the Manhattan DA's office who reviewed all the pardons that the New York State governor would ask the Manhattan DA's office, what do you think about these people? And there's a process in place, right? The governor's office or the president's office has an office of pardons, right? And there's like a review process, and there are committees, and they look at applications, and they look on the merits of how bad was the case, how long ago was it, how have you redeemed yourself, what are the collateral consequences? I mean, you know, there's typically sort of a process that goes in place, because it's not supposed to be doled out to your friends and family as like a gift or a favor. It's supposed to really be
Karen,
a legitimate.
I'm gonna cut you off here. I've got Adam Schiff coming to the mic here.
Much more important.
Obviously, anyone who has relevant information for the committee about this plot to overturn the election, we would like to hear from, but we have yet to discuss any remedies for those who have refused to comply.
Have you heard from Mo Brooks? Has he been successfully served?
What is the focus going to be at that point, and how much is the information that you're learning now impacting the way you thought these hearings might go?
As I think the chair indicated in his closing statement, we'll be moving into how essentially this group, including white nationalists, other violent individuals, was assembled on the Mall, and how they were whipped up into a frenzy to attack the Capitol. In terms of how our hearings have evolved over time, we continue to incorporate new evidence as it comes along, but we're very much following the outline we began with. We're just continuing to incorporate new and additional evidence.
I guess at what point do you put the fact-finding pen down? Like, at what point do you think, hey, we know enough?
Well, we're going to continue to learn information, and you know, we want to obviously provide that to the American people in a timely way. So we're working as quickly and methodically as we can. You know, my guess, you know, having worked on other investigations in the past, is you continue to learn more even after your last hearing. And you know, part of our mission too is to come up with recommendations to protect the country going forward. And I suspect that will take us. That work will carry us into the fall.
Jeffrey Clark's house being raided by the FBI.
I'm sorry, what the question?
Jeffrey Clark being his home being raided by the FBI, how that might connect to anything, and just you're investigating, kind of FBI is investigating this. What are your thoughts on that? Dare take into his house?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's obviously fully independent of what we're doing, but you know, if I can comment on what was disclosed today about Mr. Clark. Thank God we had people of principle at the top of the Justice Department to reject what he was proposing, because they were exactly right. Rosen and Donahue were exactly right. What he was proposing to do would have destroyed the department. It would have fully embroiled the department in an election campaign, advancing false claims of fraud. It would have been an utter disaster, and not just for the department, but for the whole country. And, you know, I think what we see tonight is, again, how close we came to the system failing. Had the acting attorney general and acting deputy not been people of principle and gone along with this scheme, then who knows where we'd be today.
Every meeting, every hearing, you have represented more information presented to us. You know, more information about members of your chamber being involved in this scheme. When are you going to have a committee hearing about their involvement, where you lay out everything that you know, or what is the plan for that?
You know, the chairman has outlined, I think, what we intend to cover in the next hearing, and I will leave it to the chair to make any announcements about future hearings. Thank you all.
Okay, looks like we're going to cut back here to the panel. We had Karen had to leave us here, But I want to go to David Bender, because Karen was talking about some of the legal ramifications of the pardons, but what are the political ramifications here? I mean, I think that makes a big difference too, doesn't it, David?
The political ramifications are that they're all going to be answering a lot of questions on their cell phones when they're not talking to anyone, just like Ron Johnson. People are going to be staking out Jim Jordan and Louis Gohmert's out of Congress now. This happened while we were listening to Adam Schiff, but apparently Mo Brooks, who was talking about taking names and kicking ass on January 6th, got his ass kicked yesterday, 2 days ago, in the Alabama runoff, because Trump, as is his wont, abandoned people who've been loyal to him. And Mo Brooks is out of office. And now, apparently, with some conditions, I haven't seen what they are, is prepared to come before the committee. So that will be interesting, because someone who in real time, and we're talking the politics of this, politics is he was right there at the ellipse. He was in those meetings at the White House. He has nothing to lose anymore. He has been stabbed in the front by Donald Trump, like everyone else who has been close to Donald Trump his entire life.
Right. I mean, I think you're correct here. This is going to show that more and more people that line up for the Trump firing squad to stand in front of him. I mean, you even see just the description on the TikTok that they went through this meeting at the White House, where Donald Trump is desperately trying to get a sycophant to be the attorney general. And he's begging the people who are like, no, rule of law, rule of law, rule of law. He's like, please just understand that I want to be the president, and this guy is willing to do it. And they wouldn't do that. Paul, what did you make of the TikTok through that meeting at the White House? That I thought that was I was like, I mean, the pardons is obviously going to be talked about, but the actual description of that meeting, where the president of the United States is trying to beg the leadership of the DOJ to let this other guy, who clearly they thought was incompetent, to let him be the king or whatever he thought that Clark was going to deliver him.
You know, the whole thing was just disgusting. I mean, it was completely disgusting. I wrote down summations of just about all the major players in it. And, you know, Jeffrey Clark was a little milquetoast worm. He was a nobody. And that's why they're so dangerous. He just, as soon as he got his taste of that cult, he was willing to do anything. He destroyed himself, you know, just because he gets in, you know, how many of these cult members have done this to themselves? It's insane. I mean, you have Trump and Giuliani that are literally going to Facebook and Twitter every day to pull conspiracy theories off to tell people. No evidence whatsoever. Everybody with credibility has told these people that there's no way that they can believe the things that are coming out their mouth. You've got Rosen and Barr that have both said, no, none of this is going on. We're looking at it. None of this is legitimate. Donahue, you know, I mean, what it boils down to is that one last statement from Donahue that just struck me so much. When Trump looks at him and says, well, what do I have to lose? Well, you're the president, man. It's not about you.
Right.
It's the country.
Right.
It's the country. What does the country have to lose? And everybody keeps talking about, well, you know, they tried to take your vote. They tried to take your vote. And that doesn't resonate with people as much as when you tell them the truth of it, which is he was ending our democracy. 100% ending our democracy. It wasn't just taking a few people's votes in Pennsylvania or a few people's votes in Georgia. He was ending the American experiment just so he could stretch his presidency out for a little bit longer, which isn't going to be that damn long. That fat ass will be dead in a few years anyways. I mean,
if we can have anything but Big Macs and buckets of chickens to do with that. I want to go to your point though, to Jessica here, about Jeffrey Clark getting a taste of that Trump world, because she's experienced this before. She's seen it in real time, and I know Jessica will even admit herself she bought into some of this stuff, and then there was this realization that came, this flood of truth, I guess, and Jessica will speak more to it. But we see Jeffrey Clark being arrested in his pajamas, and because he bought into this idea, this cultism. Jessica, tell us more about what Texas Paul is saying there about Jeffrey Clark.
Yeah, it's a death trap. I mean, what you hope, if people are seeing clearly, is that they see what this sycophancy buys you a ticket to. It buys you a ticket to your demise. That is the end road. I mean, I am a person of faith. I believe that truth wins. It's inevitable. The only question through the whole Trump years and even now is, until we see that realization of justice, that fulfillment of truth being manifest in the human arena, how many people have to suffer on that journey? How many people have to lose what they care about and what has meaning to them on this path to justice? So the quicker that we as a collective come to this realization, the more good it will do for everyone. And I wanted to go back to something that that Karen said, because it's actually really important to see it through this perspective. She said, in one way, you could say these people were coming for pardons because they knew they had committed crimes, and that is the obvious assumption that you would think about someone asking for a pardon. And then the other thing she brought out is that these people have been so ginned up by this constant victimization propaganda that Donald Trump puts forward, that they are the victims of political witch hunts, right? And that you know, everybody's after everybody. The zero-sum game, the way that Donald Trump divide and conquer is his MO. So he has pitted everybody against each other and made his own supporters feel like they too are just victims of another political side who's after them. It goes to, you know, these people possibly that were asking for pardons. And I want to bring this forward. We're talking about midterms. You're talking about Mo Brooks and him losing, but we have some other really truly fringe characters that are winning primaries and are very likely to end up in Congress in the midterms. This is very, very serious. Think of that perspective of this political retribution that is in the mind of these MAGA Republicans, and think about what they might do if they get control of the House. What they might do to launch an impeachment of Joe Biden, to turn the rule of law on its head and turn our political arena into a shit show. And I don't like to talk like that, but just a complete mockery of justice, and inject this poison that we had through the Trump presidency back into this sanity that we are trying to regain under Joe Biden. So the stakes for all of the other things that are on the line, women's rights, you know, voting rights, reproductive rights, rights of marginalized groups, we have this very real risk of Republican leadership in Congress turning the Congress of the United States into a complete corrupt circus if they get power. So.
Well, thank you, Jessica. I think you have to hop here, and we appreciate you joining us today. I really do. We love having you here. We love your commentary and your perspective that you had. I know David wants to comment on something. He might. Your mic's muted there, David. Your mic is muted, David. I think he wants to say something.
I want to say something to you, Jessica, which is that what you just said is probably the single most important thing to understand, is that come November, if the Republicans should take back the House, January 3 is when the new Congress is sworn in. There will be an impeachment resolution that passes a Republican House before the end of January. And what will happen is that the Biden administration will effectively be playing a game, not even of defense. They will be effectively neutered for the next 2 years. And you've nailed it. This is exactly their plan. And the thing about Donald Trump is he's not subtle. He tells you what he's going to do. It's just so incredible. A lot of people refuse to believe it, but he tells you he'll shoot someone on Fifth Avenue. I contend now he may have pointed the gun at himself. We'll see. But what I do know is that this footage that we're going to see from the documentary, the British documentarian, there's a trailer out that was released today. And at the end of it, Donald Trump says to camera, well, if people, don't support what you're doing, you go to war. Those are his words. And he says what he means to do. And that's what he has done every step of the way. This is not a campaign. This is a war. And you know this. You've seen it from the inside. That's the mentality that they have. And how we convince Americans, and I think it's a slow but steady process, that and I'm counting on you, Texas, Paul, because there are a lot of Americans in Texas who need to be convinced.
Well, I'll tell you.
Well,
Thank you guys.
thank you, Jessica, for joining us.
You all.
Yep.
And if I heard the pitch right from the committee, this next hearing, whenever it is, I don't know if it's scheduled yet, but it's going to be about the force that Donald Trump employed, and I have a feeling it's going to have that visceral feeling that we had from those first primetime hearings. So come back with us. All right.
Yes,
After July 12th, they'll be back.
Thank you very much, Jessica. Have a good day. So Texas, Paul, tell David Bender here about how big Texas is and how many votes Texas has.
Texas has always had a problem of being the land of non-voters. It's not so much that Republicans have had majority, is because in fact they don't. The majority of people, when you poll them, are Democrats. It's people don't show up to vote, and that's over with. That is absolutely over with. The Republican Party, if you look at it, this information that we're getting, we keep saying, well, Donald Trump knew. Donald Trump knew. Well, you know who else knew? Mitch McConnell. These briefings were not held just for Donald Trump. This information was forwarded to Congress. They knew. And these state legislatures, they knew. Republicans from coast to coast. This party needs to be burned to the ground and the ashes swept off the face of the earth. I mean, just this party has to go. There needs to be another opposition party that grows in its place. They are just sick and rotten to their core. They knew these things that were being said. They actually thought that they could take conspiracy theories and convince enough people to get angry that we would just throw our country away. It's insane the way these people act. And they're doing it right now today. I guarantee you, if you watch what comes out of the Republicans' mouths today, I mean, we were all disgusted by Eric Greitens and whatnot, but if you watch what comes out of their mouth today, they're going to continue to attack our country, our establishment. I mean, think about what held us. You had the DOJ under attack. You had look at Bowers in Arizona. I mean, he was just a handful of people holding on by their fingernails from this deluge of MAGA insanity that the entire Republican Party's become. I'm telling you, if it's happening here in Texas, and you can feel it happening here in Texas, people are sick and tired of this nonsense. They are done. I don't think Beto's going to win. I think he's going to win by 6-8 points. Wow. People are sick of Republicans running their mouths constantly stirring up these issues, attacking people, gay people, people of color, immigrants. It's always attack people and do nothing. Have horrible governments. I mean, every time we have a Republican administration, we have to have a Democratic administration come in after it and clean up the disaster. People are tired of it. They are tired of it. And these hearings, God bless them for being so smart to put Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney out in front. And y'all know do not like Liz Cheney. I do not. I wouldn't buy an apple from her. She is. I do not trust her. Adam Kinzinger, I trust a bit more, but he's still a Republican. I mean, how can you listen to this? See what the establishment in the Republican did. These aren't outliers. This isn't a fringe of the Republican Party that's doing this. This is the core. How can Adam Kinzinger still say I'm a Republican?
Well, that is a question, and David, I want to go to you.
I can answer that because the strength this committee has, and Paul, you know this, the strength this committee has is because Liz Cheney has been excoriated. Adam Kinzinger isn't running for re-election because he couldn't win. The strength it has is these two people say, we're Republicans and we don't believe this. And that's why all the witnesses, not 100%, but almost, certainly people who've declared their parties, have all been Republicans. There's a reason for that. And it is to make the case, that particularly to independents, but certainly to some Republicans, persuadable Republicans, maybe 1 out of 5, that this is not who they are. Forget about the leadership of the party. Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy gave great speeches on January 6th or 7th, and then promptly had Alzheimer's. But we understand that. That's institutional. That's their power corrupting them, absolutely. But Liz Cheney didn't forget. And she got booted out of the leadership. Staying in the Republican Party is the smartest thing for the country and for this process she could do. And I see you put on the screen,
yes,
Tony, what the committee released from Mo Brooks, his email talking about pardons. And something that was very funny, that was Mark Meadows' deputy, Cassidy Hutchinson, who's going to be a key witness. We're going to hear a lot more from her. If we don't ever hear from Meadows.
She was the one that was on the couch during the testimony.
She's the one on the couch.
She's the only one that seems to be sitting on the couch in some of this. Everyone else
sitting on a couch. She's trying to. Oh wait, I forgot. There's another name. I forgot to mention this one. But in terms of the pardons, something very interesting. She said, Matt Gaetz, and he asked a lot. Of course he asked a lot. He's under investigation for sex trafficking. This isn't even about January 6th. He wanted a pardon well before he knew this crime, and this was just a piggyback ride for him to get pardoned from an ongoing investigation. But if we look at this group of people, you look at Jim Jordan, who had said, I think her words were something to the effect, he didn't ask for one, he asked for an update. Give me an update. What's going on here?
Well, I actually tweeted while this was happening. I said Matt Gaetz needed a pardon. I think I put Jim Jordan wanted a pardon. Marge needed a pardon. Because Mo Brooks in this, let me bring this back up. He says the most interesting phrase here is as such, I recommend that President give general all-purpose pardons to the following groups of people. Like, it wasn't like, hey, I want a pardon, and this other guy. Like, we want blanket pardons for all these people. Like, this is general all-purpose pardons. You know, we use the phrase pocket pardon or something like that. But speaking of that, before I go any further, this seems like to convict 45, we have these enamel pins that Jordy is trying to sell the remainder. They're union made in USA. So go over to store.midas.com, use the promo code Justice, get 10% off your convict 45 or convict 45, depending on exactly when and where you would want these. It seems appropriate right here where we have the pardons that I would bring this up.
It's a perfect segue, but you know, his number, should he be convicted, will be longer than 45.
It probably will be. Maybe it'll be, I seen a meme the other day or a political cartoon. I think it was 11,780 might be his branded number if he gets behind bars.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
Yeah, well, who knows? We could only surmise as much.
Speaking, Paul, I just got to say, I am so heartened by you talking about Beto's chances. I'm a big fan of work, you know, and try to help Beto when he was running for Senate in a race that I think arguably he should have won and might have won. I'm not sure how that counting went. lot of counties came in late, but this is, and that is a Texas tradition going back to a Democrat, LBJ. But you are heartened about Beto's chances.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is a very different year. This midterm feels like nothing else I've ever. I've been following politics for 40 years, folks. I mean, this has been ever since I was a kid. I love politics, and I will tell you, this is a very different midterm. People are looking at this like this is it. This may be the last time I get to vote. If I don't get out and vote Democrat, this could be it. I mean, because we're looking at people like, look at Mark Meadows. His name doesn't come up. His name comes up in the hearings, but not as a target. This guy was in the middle of everything. When they start stretching ropes, Meadows better have one in that tree. I guarantee you, because man, these people are horrible. The more you hear, the more you learn, and people are tired of this. I mean, we are here in the state of I don't know how it is where you guys live, but here in the state of Texas, we used to have the best roads and best infrastructure that money could buy. Back when we Democrats ran the state, that's all we did is dump money into infrastructure because it was a jobs program. And man, I tell you what, Republicans have spent the last 30 years coasting on their butts and letting their, their energy industry patrons just get away with no maintenance, no nothing, man. I mean, the roads are going to shit. The schools are going to shit. The electric grid has gone to shit. We're one of the highest states in the union for STDs. We have AIDS hot spots here in Texas. We've got teen pregnancy. The only reason we're not in the top 10 is we got bumped off by, I think Mississippi bumped us off. I mean, it's the Bible Belt is the entire top 10, except for maybe, I think New York creeped in there. Was like one yellow state, or pardon me, one blue state that came in the top 10 for teen pregnancy.
Whoa, those are fighting.
I mean,
Yellow state.
Sorry about that.
You're gonna have people boxing
my
you
bad.
in the chat.
I love New York.
Before you go forward, I
want
want to bring in someone. He was kind of waiting in the wings earlier when I believe was Kinzinger came on. Brett Meiselas. Brett, how are you? You must have heard the call for Jordy and the enamel pins.
Who am I? Only the founder of the network here.
I know.
I'm just kidding.
Well, because I was about to bring you in, and we had was it Kinzinger that came to the mic? I believe
it was Kinzinger. You made the right call. He is much more.
Well, because he was talking about the pardons, and of course that's going to be the questioning. Of course, we don't know the schedule, and David might be able to speak a little more about the schedule as it comes down, but we don't know the schedule, Brett, of exactly when we're going to kind of reconvene, but they gave a preview of what the next hearing is going to be about. And we go from the dismount of, hey, there was a bunch of members that wanted pardons, to the violence of that day when those very members were trying to stop the certification of the vote. What do you make of that? What do you make of that storytelling there as we come back in a few weeks to these hearings?
Here's the story to me. January 6th was not QAnon shaman. It was not the guy with his feet on Nancy Pelosi's desk. It was not all of that. That was just one small part of what happened January 6th. And January 6th was not just the date January 6th, but it was all the efforts that happened around January 6th to overturn the results of the election and overthrow our government, because at the end of the day, that's what was happening. And I think today we saw in stark terms, leading it off with that Bill Barr statement in the beginning, saying that he had to step in and investigate, even though normally the Justice Department would investigate these things later on, that he had to step in. And no, Bill Barr is not a hero. I'm not saying that. Nobody twist my words. But the fact that Bill Barr felt like he had to step in because he was not sure that there would be a transition to power, that was chilling to me. And that's how the January 6th committee led off the hearing. That's how it begun. And I think everything that they showed about how Donald Trump and his cronies were willing to use every single aspect at his disposal to try to overturn our government, I think that was incredibly chilling to me, including the Department of Justice. And thankfully, those few people at the top of the Department of Justice hung strong, because if they did not, we would have been in really, really, really bad shape. And I thought it was interesting today also how you saw somebody like Donahue emphasize so much how Donald Trump trying to put Jeffrey Clark into power, how Clark was the least qualified person, which is a theme of the Trump administration, to put the least qualified people in positions, but was the least qualified person to have that role and had no business at all being in power or especially being in charge of the Department of Justice. Trump, just in all aspects, he was just trying his hardest to overthrow the government and was trying to find the people who would let it happen. And he found willing participants in Republican members of Congress and in people like Jeffrey Clark and people like John Eastman and people like Rudy Giuliani. And I think these people will face prison time. I think John Eastman will 100% be indicted. Jeffrey Clark will 100% be indicted, and they need to be indicted because this was the biggest crime against the United States that we have ever seen.
I believe so. David, talk to us about the schedule and what you see coming with these upcoming and how that mechanism works.
Well, Congress is in recess as of this week ahead.
Right.
And I think they made a very important decision. We saw yet again a Supreme Court case be decided today on guns. We know that Roe is coming down. They understand that the American people need to focus on this, and it will be impossible in the week that Roe is decided. And that'll be arguably one of the last decisions they do before they go out next week. So I think two things happened. One is they looked at the calendar. They realized that we don't want to compete with that. They also realized they have a lot more information, including this documentary evidence that they're going through and trying to get pertinent. Cutting these things together is not something you want to do on the fly. Brett can do it. Tony can do it. Let me tell you something. It's not what they can afford to do. They've got to take as much time as the evidence requires of them to tell this story right. And so far, if I'm grading as a broadcast person for a long time, I will give them an A every time. They've done it right. And that's what I think is going on here. I think the week of July 12th, Congress is back in. Sometime after that, we're going to see at least 2 more hearings. They're not going to go much longer than that because they need to write a report. And they need time to do that and get it out in September so that it has some impact on exactly what Jessica was talking about. Are we going to look at these elections with the context of, Mo Brooks's letter said everybody who voted on Arizona and Pennsylvania, not certified. That's 140, or counting the senators, it's 150 people, most of whom, at least the House members, all of whom are up for re-election. So if it turns out that, the larger this number of pardon boys is, the more you're going to see that they have consequences. And that's what they're doing here. They're going to try and flip the script so that, and I guess Louis Gohmert, Paul, is out of the picture, right? He's gone. He's lost. It's too bad because it was always nice to have him as literally the dumbest member of Congress.
Well, I want to bring in another, my zealous brother here. Ben is joining us. Brett had to jump. Now Ben's with us. Ben, you probably look at this through a little different lens than some because you're an attorney, and these 3 gentlemen that were sitting there testifying today are top attorneys for the Department of Justice. So tell us through that periscope, through that lens of an attorney, what did you see when you watched these 3 witnesses testify, not just to some of the things, but that meeting? The meeting was the main thing where Jeffrey Clark was trying to take power and Donald Trump was really trying to push for Jeffrey Clark to take power. What did you make some of this testimony?
Well, the way I look at the DOJ, and I've always looked at the DOJ from my perspective as a lawyer, is with a great deal of reverence. Some of the top lawyers in the country practice at the highest levels of the DOJ from the top law schools. And we like to think of the DOJ, especially the career DOJ people, as having, a lot of integrity. And here the DOJ was really kind of pushed and challenged to the brink. And you saw there this power struggle with Rosen, Donahue, and Engel on one side, and Jeff Clark, this little-known environmental lawyer, on the other hand. And you see the tactics that Trump used. I think the Jan 6 committee did an incredible job today. And kudos to Kinzinger for how he kind of set the stage of each of these meetings, kind of building to this crescendo of what happened on January 6th. But you see the tactics used by the modern day Mussolini and Trump to try to intimidate people. And it works on weak people. It works on the Gates and the Marjorie Taylor Greene and the Gomerts. But the tactics that I refer to, just even think about that Oval Office right around or after New Year's Eve, where you have all of these top DOJ officials. And Trump basically says to Donahue, you know, you're not going to sit there. You sit here. You sit right there. You sit in front of me. Who gives a shit if you have to sit in front of him or not? But that's a tactic that Trump uses in the Oval Office, to use the instrumentalities of our presidency to try to intimidate someone like Donahue. Because what are you going to do if I fire Rose? What are you going to do? He's like, I'm going to. Well, what are you going to do? Engel's like, well, I'm going to leave as well. And to see the corruption, the criminality on Trump trying to pressure the sacred institution in the DOJ, from my perspective as a lawyer, that's kind of the dynamic that I think is, was something that stood out to me. But also, these witnesses were probably, in terms of all of the witnesses, kind of the most polished, best, crispest, the best memory. The way they told that, the way they laid out what happened was just so incredibly impactful. And then you compare that to Trump using Kash Patel and the DOD to try to find fraud in Italy from satellites based on a crazy YouTube video, and you say to yourself, how the hell did we get here? And how are we still, to some extent, to a great extent, still here? How do you have a situation where you have the Gomerts and the Gates and the Marjorie Taylor Greenes and the Boberts and these true traitors?
It's crazy.
You hear about the Manchurian Candidate as being one, but it's now a Manchurian political party.
It's a whole arm. It's a whole arm.
It's an army.
Right.
It's an army from within attacking us each and every day. That's the takeaway that I had. And thankfully, there were good people, but we can't take it for granted.
Well, we're going to see this. This is the Twitter account of Alex Holder. He's the documentary filmmaker, and he tweeted this video today. He said, the Trumps do not have editorial control, full stop. Now, it's about it, but it goes back to what you were saying, Ben, just now about Trump. Watch what happens in this video as Trump enters the camera lens.
Okay. Beautiful. Oh. I don't think you want to have the water in the picture, right? You can take it off. Yeah, put it over there, Nick.
Kind of this table as well.
Yeah, might as well take the table.
How are you, sir?
Oh, good, very good, thank you. You know what you can do, Nick? Put the table back, because it's missing something. Put the table back and put the water on the table without the thing on top of it. Okay. How's that look?
This is never a guy who is concerned with his job, right? This is a guy always concerned about the way it looks, the way it's placed, just what you said, right? How can I order people around, even with the minute little things of the table and the napkin and the water on top of the napkin? I think that's what you were getting at, Ben, is how can I control these people, right? How can I push these people around? How can I control the situation? And he's looking at a monitor in this video of himself, because his image in the lens of the camera is so more important than what he's actually going to say. And it always is. It's always a show. It's always a circus. And I think that's what you were getting at with the going around the room and trying to be the ringmaster, as it were, pretending to be.
just thinking, and I'll leave you with this, and I'll let you
Yeah.
go just to Texas, Paul. But from California to Texas, to New York, to Florida, to Michigan, wherever we have, the Midas Mighties represented across the United States of America in this beautiful country. And all we want is for our leaders to take their job seriously, to act competently, and to follow the Constitution of the United States of America. Like it's really at a bare minimum, that's what I want to happen. And unfortunately, there is a political party. We saw this on full display today. A political party. This is very reminiscent, and I'm not trying to fearmonger. It's just very reminiscent to before, Hitler took over in Nazi Germany. And as the systems there were stress tests of how far could the Nazis push before they got into power, the question is are institutions like the DOJ, like these state secretaries of state, they barely held. They just barely held. If one of the things just went in a different way, we would have had an entirely different outcome here. And that's why we all have to get together right now and unite and not allow this to happen. And, are there things that we could be critical of that Biden didn't do this as great as we would have supposed, or, the Democrats didn't, get you all the relief that you wanted, but got this relief. The gun compromise wasn't exactly what you wanted, but we have a functioning government of responsible leaders in place who are looking out for the interest of our country. And it's important for Democrats, independents, this pro-democracy coalition that exists, that is bigger by far than the fascist contingent. It's important for us to be loud, to be proud about our pro-democracy positions, and to never, ever waver and give up. I don't want to see any more of these messages that, oh, well, the DOJ is moving way too slow. They're moving, okay? They're moving.
They arrested Jeffrey Clark in his pajamas this morning.
Oh, so what? What's Biden going to do? He's already done a lot.
Right.
And every time the Democrats propose something, hey, let's have a federal gas holiday and lower the prices. All of a sudden, the Republicans love taxes. All of a sudden.
Oh,
no matter what you do, these idiots are going to obstruct. So we need to unite. We need to get rid of them from political office. And I appreciate everything you're doing, Tony. The voices like Texas Paul are so critical out there. And I'll just tell everybody who's listening right now, and I appreciate when Texas Paul says this at the end of the videos, make sure right now as you're listening to this, hit subscribe to this YouTube channel. We're bringing you the best pro-democracy content out there. Midas Touch, which I created with me and my two brothers, is now the fastest growing independent pro-democracy media in the world. And it's because of your support. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, have your family members or friends subscribe, send the stream to them. We're trying to get to 1 million subscribers by the end of the year. We're on our way towards that. Make sure you subscribe to Midas Touch YouTube now.
Well, I tell you, I would be derelict in my duty if I didn't give the promo code again for store.midastouch.com for the Convict 45 enamel buttons, union made in the USA. Use the promo code JUSTICE at store.midastouch.com for 10% off. Ben, thanks for joining us this morning before the hearing and after, giving us your insight into these witnesses. It really does help to kind of dissect what the legal part of it is. And everyone go listen to Legal AF. But I think you guys are you guys doing an episode tonight of Midas Touch podcast? You want to pitch that before you
Yeah, we're going to do a recap of today's hearing, and we're going to do that at our normal time, which is 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. So going to get to work on that now, and then headed out on a flight to Dallas, where we have a Midas Mighty meetup.
Great.
Out in Dallas, where members of the Midas Mighty from across the country are actually flying into Dallas. We're going to be canvassing there. And we also formally joined with a group called Field Team 6, a voter registration group this week. And so we have every week now until the election, we're going to list the Midas Touch picks, the 5 ways that you can get involved in various, voter drives and canvassing efforts and phone banks. And so we're going to list our top 5 favorite, of course, do more, but Check
Where,
out
where do they find that out? On the Twitter account? Is that where they're going to find
on the
some of
Twitter account. We post the link. The group's called Field Team 6 that does a lot of great voter registration, but it's the Midas Touch Top Picks. You'll see it on our Twitter feed.
Well, thanks for joining us, Ben. We appreciate it. Get to that podcast. Everyone's looking forward to it. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Thanks.
Paul, so he brought up the 1 million subscriber challenge, and I know you've been a part of that, trying to push that. Can you give us a little more insight into the 1 million subscriber challenge? Maybe everyone here can.
Well, look, it's plain and simple. The news is changing. I mean, every so often something comes along and technology changes, and right now what we're seeing right now is that news has gone from being your granddad sitting in his recliner at a certain time waiting for somebody to come tell him a few small clips of what's going on, to the massive amounts of information that we have available to us right in our pocket. And Midas Touch and the Midas Media Network is absolutely jumping headfirst into this. And right now, when it comes to news in your pocket 24 hours a day, no matter where you are, Midas Media Network is on top of it. You hit the subscribe button. There's guys like me. You got Coach D, I mean, just everybody that's involved in everything that's going on. That information is right there right at the tip of your fingers. And we're just changing it. And if we can get 1 million subscribers, we can change the way news is disseminated in this country and how fast it's disseminated in this country. And the reason I am so wholeheartedly a part of it is because, hey, we shoot straight here. We 100% shoot straight here. I mean, anything I say, check me out. Double check me. You know, I mean, I'm not here to bullshit anybody. You know, we're just here to get good information out, and we're going to get it done.
You're definitely not here to fill the bullshit that Bill Barr was called. Speaking of technology and the ability to bring heartbreaking news right straight to us, I have Gabe Sanchez. Look at this. Gabe Sanchez on the line finally joins us today. It's about time, Gabe. It's about time. You get your mic muted there. Oh, do you have to have your mic muted? Okay.
No, we're good. We're good. No, I can tell you I've been traveling all day, but I had to jump in, and I've been following along on the plane, and I just want to say, holy shit, the stuff that came out of today's depositions and testimonies, the details that they revealed as to the attempt to put Jeffrey Clark in position as a subordinate, like, insane to imagine that these were the things that were actually happening. The pardon, or the blanket pardons, the attempt to, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
The blanket pardons. It's almost like we have a commercial on our show called Pardon Blankets. It's almost like you have a crystal ball, Gabe.
In some ways, it's very easy to write comedic sketches about these people because they are your best kind of writing partner. But I will say, it's like, you look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, she assumed office on January 3rd, 2021. Why would she need a pardon? Why does Matt Gaetz need a pardon that just covers basically all of his existence from birth? These are questions. It's like, why are these people asking for pardons? It might infer that these people are.
There you go. There you go.
Well, these people are guilty.
Right. Well, I want to say, go over to the Tony Michaels podcast on YouTube. Just search the Tony Michaels podcast, subscribe to our channel, and you'll get a chance to see Pardon Blanket either inside the show or on the channel there. And, we have a lot of other satire and parody because not only do we bring you the news, Paul, we also bring you the laughs. And Gabe has some of the best videos that bring the laughs for the political.
But like I said, they're very, when you've got the Republican Party as your co-writer in the room, it's very easy to predict what they'll say, what they'll do. History repeats itself, but these guys are some of the dumbest people that that are in the writer's room, but they give you good material.
Right. Well, they do help you out because it almost writes itself. I'm glad you joined us, even though at the very end Gabe Sanchez finally comes in. I was running the board all day. I was very concerned that I wasn't going to have my executive producer today, but everything went pretty well. We did have a scare there. I don't know if Paul knows this either. That feed that we were trying to feed in wasn't working properly when we were going to the hearing. So that's why it took a little bit to get to that feed. So, but
I mean, I can tell you from the plane itself, it was seamless.
Oh yeah, well,
so maybe there was enough gap in time, and you fixed it, and I didn't see it. But from the plane,
it was at the very beginning when the hearing was coming in. We were really worried that feed wasn't going to start. But you know, that's the beauty of producing it over here through the screen. Is I kind of control what you see and what you don't see, and I was trying not to panic. And Gabe knows I don't really panic anyway, so. I just make the best of what we got, and that's just how it works here at the Midas Media Network. And Texas Paul can attest to that too, can't you, Paul?
Yeah, absolutely.
You just go with the punches and you roll with it. And I'm so glad that everyone joined us today. We had a big audience, another record-breaking audience here today at the Midas Media Network on the Midas Touch channel for day 5 of the January 6th Select Committee hearings. Listen, folks, we're going to do every single one of these hearings and in July, and I know the schedule isn't exactly set in stone, but be paying attention. We will go to every single one of these hearings with the Midas Media Network's licensed cameras right inside the room. You won't see it anywhere else like you see it here. So make sure to subscribe to the Midas Touch YouTube channel and go over. Again, if I don't mention this, Jordy will get on to me. Go over to Midas, the store.midastouch.com. Use the promo code Justice for 10% off your Convict or Convict 45, whichever tense you want it in. Enamel pen, they're union made in the USA. Don't forget to go over there and collect. And you get 10% off anything over there, not just the pens, but Jordy's trying to sell out those pens. So help Jordy out on the sellout of those pens. Paul, thanks for joining us. Gabe, thanks for joining us at the end. I want to thank all our guests, Ron Reagan, David Bender, Jessica Denson, Karen Ignifilo, the Meiselas brothers, Michael Cohen. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you to the audience for listening. Tune in for more of these hearings as they go on. Thank you very much. We will talk to you soon. Good day.